Thank you so much for joining me today. Today I have a really fun pick-a-pile reading for you, but this is 18 plus, so if you are under 18, gotta go, you gotta go. My second disclaimer here is that because this is an 18 plus reading, I may occasionally smoke throughout it. If that makes you uncomfortable, you gotta go, you gotta go, okay? Let's go ahead and get into the piles. Today's reading is going to be about what does your person fantasize about? And I do want to let you in and let you know that this might not just be about physical attraction. This is a general fantasy reading, so it could be like hopes, dreams, and accomplishments. I just don't want to disappoint anybody. If you're looking for a spicy read, I have those on my channel. Go check it out. They're timeless. Other than that, let's get into the piles. The first one that we have today, pile number 1, is this Doe and the Squirrels with this botanical mix in the background. Pile number 2 is this darker card with mushrooms, frogs, keys, and even an antler set there. Pile number 2. Pile number 3 is the vintage faded version of the mushroom botanical set. This one has a lot more natural botanicals rather than just mushrooms alone. That's pile number 3. And pile number 4, you guys are going to be my rabbit today. So go ahead and find your pile in the description down below, and I will see you guys at your reading. If you'd like to book a private reading with me, I do have that available on my Etsy in the description below, along with a bunch of spiritual products that I've spent months crafting for you guys. So make sure to give it a look at, the least if you can, and I'll see you guys at your reading. If you guys chose this Doe and Squirrel picture, then you are at your reading. Thank you so much for joining me today. We're going to go ahead and start off with a quick angel number just to get a message for you. 339. 339 is going to be your angel number for today. Go into your browser, type in angel number 339, and that'll be your message from Spirit. Looks like we actually have Venus being highlighted here, as well as Sagittarius. So Sagittarius season coming up next after Scorpio might be a good time for you or even your partner. So let's go ahead. Once again, my Doe and Squirrel pile. Let's take a look at what your person fantasizes about. I'm going to go ahead and start off with an animal energy card just so that we know we have the right person. If this does not sound like your person, I fully recommend you go back to the intro and find another pile. Ooh, we have the raccoon. This is shadowy and in hiding. This is a very skittish energy to be in, actually. So your person might be nervous. They might have issues with anxiety. They might not like following, they might need like very clear instructions in order to follow. They actually might not like being bossed around. That might be why they're kind of withdrawn or pulled back on their own. This person feels like an introvert right off the bat. This person feels like they spend quite a bit of time, at least recently, in hermit mode. They seem to be hiding away from something that pricks up their anxiety. So let's get a little bit more information about what is my raccoon's fantasies. Ooh, we have perseverance. Okay, so one thing that I feel like, if you guys hear chewing, my cat's chewing in the background. Don't even worry about her. It does feel like this person, and we have instinct as well. That was just at the top. So I'll take both. With perseverance and with instinct both being here, perfection on the back of the deck, this person is like listening. Their fantasy is that their instincts are correct. Right off rip, that's what I'm seeing. They fantasize about their plan working out for them, whatever they're persevering through. They truly do believe that what they're experiencing right now will pay off in the long run. And I think they're following their instincts on that. So they do kind of fantasize about what that payoff's going to look like and how good it's going to feel to have trusted themselves during the process. Because I kind of get the sense that things might feel a bit hopeless for your person at this time. They might be a little down in spirits. It could be like seasonal depression since I'm filming this during like the mid-fall era. Oh, okay, cool. So I wanted to pull some themes for this person. We have justice, upright. So Libra season might have been significant for you guys. This person really does want justice. They feel like they put in a lot of hard work, a lot of effort, and it hasn't paid off yet. So I think they're fantasizing about the future when it does pay off and how they will behave. This person is, and then we have travel in reverse. Ooh. They may have missed out on an opportunity to travel towards you. I think they fantasize about that as well, giving you the justice that you deserve because they weren't able to make a move towards you at some time because they were a little too focused, again, on that perseverance. They were going through a lot, okay? Oh, so let's just keep going. I kind of want to get this person's, let's see, what else do they fantasize about, please, Spirit? Divine Feminine. They fantasize about you, baby. They fantasize about giving you a life that you deserve. And they're hoping that you'll wait for them. They're hoping that you'll persevere as well. Let's get a little bit more. What are they fantasizing about? Oh, we have plugged in reverse. I get the sense this person might have, this is an 18+ reading, so I guess I can say it. This person might have stopped watching porn. They actually might just look at pictures of you. They might really enjoy that. This person does not seem like they're online very often. Doesn't seem like they have a big internet presence either. Again, shadowy and hiding. This person is like... This is funny. It kind of reminds me of the energy of like those alpha male podcasts where they're like, disappear for 6 months, become your best self, drop everyone. Oh yeah, and I just saw, oh my gosh, this is so funny. We have realization on the back of the deck. But this is so funny. I don't remember what his name was. He was like a influencer with like shark teeth. And he was like, I'm gonna blow up and act like I don't know nobody. And that's kind of this person's energy. Is like they have pulled themselves back to work on a plan to give you what you deserve, whether or not you know that. They are definitely trying to build a foundation that you would be able to walk and build on. But it does seem like this person is not very connected with you or with what you're up to. This might be a bit of a no contact situation. I get the sense they like you in dresses because I've got 4 cards with a woman in a dress in it. So they might really like you in a dress, maybe in the color white or red. Oh, that's interesting. White or red, those are the wedding gown colors. For like white is when you're like pure, like you've never been married off before. Red is for your second marriage. When you've already been divorced, you wear a red dress to your second wedding. At least that's like the traditional norm. Yeah, they might, if you've already been married, or if you are married to this person, they fantasize about like remarrying you. If you have not been married, I feel like they fantasize about having been the right person for you in the first place, having been there for you. If you had been in a previous marriage, they fantasize about like how they could have, like been there for you during a hard time, maybe during a marriage that was failing, or during like during a bad relationship of yours. They think about you a lot, like a lot. For how quiet they are, you are running through this person's mind. They think about you at night. Look, we have 3 cards with the moon in it. There's a moon back there, a moon behind her, and a moon here. They seem to want to expose some kind of secret towards you. They might be thinking or fantasizing about how that conversation will go with you. Maybe they want to offer you something. Let's get some more. I'll get a couple more. I just want one more from this deck, and then we'll move to another deck. Just one more, please. What else is this person? Oh, okay, thank you. Financial support. Yeah, this person thinks about, they think about caring for you, supporting you, providing. They fantasize about being a provider for you. Maybe you've told them that that's what you want. Right now, they feel like they can't come towards you. We have proposal and on the table in reverse. And so they're like, because they're focused on money. They're focused on building their foundation so you can come in and build on it. It's actually really sweet. They're not looking either. This person is very, very fixated on whatever, mission. I just heard mission. Whatever mission they're on. It's interesting. Mission. They do want to provide for you financially, and they fantasize about how good that will feel. Yeah, because they think you're like perfection. And then we have workaholic directly under that. Like they think you're perfection, so they're willing to put in the work for you. But yeah, we have quest. So they feel like they have to do it like a journey first. They feel like they have to go a different path than you. Yeah, they need to balance things out. They might be worried that maybe you make more money than them, or you're more like materially well off than them, and that might worry them. Or they may have certain expectations around how dynamics and partnerships work in regards to materialism. Let's get a couple more. What else does this person fantasize about? Ooh, all the feels. They fantasize about how in love they are with you. Look, it says deep love, all the feels. And they fantasize about kissing you. They really like your hair. Hair in this is really, really significant. You or them, this is gonna, I know I'm a white girl, and I'm so sorry in advance, but like they might actually really like a natural hairstyle on you if you are a black girl. Because look, we got 2 girls with like natural fros, and they're beautiful. They might really like you natural. They might like you barefaced, or maybe they like you, like instead of glammed up in the face, they like it when you have a lot of accessories on. They might like it when your hair is up. They like your back as well. But I'm kidding, they like your front just as much. We had 2 more, 0 fucks. They don't care what anybody thinks. And that's kind of the thing, I think in their fantasies, they test out situations. Because again, this is a highly anxious person, so this feels like rehearsing in a shower, you know? A place where they can give no fucks, where like their true raw emotions can actually come out. And I feel like that's a huge portion of how their fantasies are fueled. And then we also had hookup. Yeah, they fantasize about hooking up with you. They fantasize about getting a little physical. I wanna get physical. What is that, Olivia John Newton? Yeah, that's a good song. On the back of the deck, we have throwing hands. You guys might be disagreeing right now. Like I said, there might be some differences. We have detectives snooping, looking for dirt. I feel like they're trying to feel out how available you are, how open you are to them. A people pleaser in reverse. This person really does not care about other people. They are a huge introvert. A huge introvert. Like, honestly, I'm shocked. You know this person. It seems like they don't leave their house. Seems like they don't leave their head. And that might kind of be the issue. It's like they really don't leave their head very much. It's like really hot in here, so don't mind this. But like, I do get the sense this person, when you think about doing it, they think about pulling the trigger, running towards you, hashing out whatever disagreement you guys have, and then like there's like some passionate hookup energy here, and they want that to result with like deep love. They want you to like feel the love that they are giving you. I heard bed squeaking. That's not good. This person is funny. I wonder why they're so introverted. They seem like a good time, if I'm being totally honest. I don't know. Interesting. Let's go ahead and get some tarot. Get some more information. I actually have a really great deck for this that I've been waiting to use for a fantasy reading. So yeah, so far it looks like, you know, they're very focused on giving that bag. They're very focused on preparing something for you. Maybe they want to give you a gift. Interesting. Let's get some tarot. What does my pile number 1's person fantasize about? We have my 3 of Cups in reverse. Oh, man. They might fantasize about making you jealous. Because I have 3 women with masks on here. So they might fantasize about like making you jealous. Yeah, we have 3 cups on the side, on the wall being offered. Usually I take this card as like celebration or cooperation, but when I'm looking at this now, it feels almost as if like if they can't have you, they would want you to be happy for them somewhere else. But at the same time, like they would be happy for you somewhere else as well. But it feels very like bite your tongue energy, you know? It feels stifled. It feels like stifled emotions. Like this person will repress their emotions if they don't get the outcome that they want. They might fantasize about like unmasking you, because that would go in hand with that deep love card. They fantasize about like getting to know you better, unmasking you, seeing you vulnerable, seeing you like authentically. They want to like get deep in you. This gives off Scorpio energy. Yeah, I mean the 3 of Cups is a water sign, so Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. They might have options that you don't know about, but I don't think they're actually interested, because when I look at this card, this man is like, he's not walking in the door. He's actually almost walking past the open door that holds these 3 women who are looking down on him. There might be people, like feminines in this person's life, who shame or like look down on them or degrade them in some way. I'm getting the sense that they think you're very nice to them. But I think that scares them, because their instinct, I feel like their instinct tells them that this is not trustworthy, but their heart is telling them something totally different. What is that, my Hermit card? Yeah, we have the Hermit. Oh. Ah, they might have tooth problems or ear problems. Wow, that was really annoying. I got a really high-pitched sound in this ear. And then very suddenly my like cheek right here, like my top teeth started to tingle a little bit. That was weird. My olfactory settings need to be reset real quick. With the Hermit being here, this person is, when they fantasize, it's when they're alone. They make, like, I think they fantasize when they're alone, like anytime they're alone. But I also do believe that, like, they pull aside time, and they put aside time specifically to fantasize. Maybe what their options are in this situation, maybe how they can approach, because maybe it's been a while. Yeah, because look at him. He's like looking down at this picture of his wife. And he's like holding a light to her. So I do feel like they want to bring some kind of light into your life. They're studying. Yeah, we have all these books here. They're studying. I feel like maybe they want to impress you. They fantasize about impressing you, maybe with their knowledge, maybe with what they know. You guys might have similar interests, or maybe they found out one of your interests and decided to go learn all about it. Because look at that. It's the picture frame directly in front of all these books. And then there's a journal in front of it like he's been writing. So how I'm going to take that is like this person has devoted like a pretty decent chunk of their time to learning about you, but not just about you, about your interests. And then going into those interests on their own so they have something to reciprocate with when you guys talk about it again. And it could be really, really simple. You know, it could be like, you know, you recommended a TV show to this person. And now when they want to talk to you, they bring up that TV show. Or that's like a common denominator between you guys. Interesting. Oh, this person likes to wear suits. Yeah, and in this, he's wearing a cloak and a hat. And then they've all got masks on. There's something like, I don't want to say shady, but it kind of feels a little shady. There might be something shady going on in this person's life. Like maybe their connections with other people are shady. Maybe that's why they don't want to bring you around them. I feel like this person would rather be alone, though, than with bad people. I don't know about that, though. Ooh, look at that. Those two are fighting. They are whooping him. They're whooping. She's grabbing his hair. Oh, they're whooping him. Yeah, this is my 5 of Cups coming out. Again, we got women in dresses. I do think that they really like you in a dress. I'm going to take that as confirmation. We also have my Knight of Cups. So they want to come in very, very... They want to come in like a Prince Charming. But I see them wearing a mask when they come in. Like they're not ready to divulge how much they've thought about this or how much They might fantasize about coming towards you with a love offer, offering you something. But there's something here about like having to, because there's a mask on the floor as well. Something here about having to like dismiss maybe a lifestyle or a habit of theirs in order to be with you. Otherwise, it's going to cause this conflict. Maybe they fantasize about you getting jealous over them being with someone else. I mentioned that earlier. I was like, this person might try to make you jealous. They might want to make you jealous. They might fantasize about that. Yeah. They might fantasize about you, like, really yelling at them, like, really giving it to them. Again, I think this person might have had some, like, toxic female role models growing up. So, I get why that's why they're super insecure, but let's keep going. Let's keep going. Okay. We have another. We have my 5 of Coins in reverse. They're coming out of some kind of misfortune. And I think that that's another thing that they fantasize about is they fantasize about like success. They fantasize about, now I'm getting like personal success. And I think telling you about it as well. Like they want to impress you. So they want you to see them as like successful, as like high value. And then we have my Ace of Pentacles here in reverse. So kind of part of this person's like dark, twisted fantasies is not, I'm getting rejected. Maybe that's just something, not that they fantasize about, but that they kind of runs in their mind like a real, where they worry that they'll never get the chance to tell you or to show you that they were successful, that whatever plan that they had, whatever they were persevering through, it worked out for them. Like that's kind of their whole plan right now, from what I'm seeing, is like they fantasize about coming towards you and like offering you you know, this new start or this like foundation to build on with like this like high value divine masculine, because they know that you're the divine feminine. I feel like they're trying to match you, but they don't really have the confidence to do that. This person might think you're out of their league as well. Oh, we have 2. Okay, cool. I'll take just those 2 and then we'll... Okay, so we have the 7. Ooh, this is the Chariot in reverse. They fantasize about you never leaving them. They fantasize about never leaving you again. Maybe this is like a long distance situation where you guys, you know, haven't had contact for a while, but they fantasize about you never leaving their side. They fantasize about like having you, but not in like a property or an ownership way. It's like having you at their side. It's like they would stand by you. And with that being in reverse, like usually I take the Chariot as like, you know, walking away, but they want you to stay. But I don't know if they know how to vocalize that. I don't even know if this person, I think that they fantasize about like a long history with you. Maybe, yeah, because like if you look at this photo, there's the 2 bulls in front. I know it's really hard with this lighting. And they're wearing this like cornucopia crown. And then this woman is sitting in the back, again in a dress, a red dress again. And there's a man driving the bulls. So I do get the sense like, I feel like this person might fantasize about like marrying you, like making you theirs. Legally, not physically, but also that. And then we have my 10 of, yeah, we have my Wheel of Fortune in reverse. This person feels like they missed out on a wish fulfillment. They may fantasize about a life with you, about what a life with you would be like. They fantasize about a future with you, about taking you out, showing you off. I heard kids, maybe having kids. Interesting. I think this person really likes your fashion. They really like you in the color white, red, or blue. I'm even getting a lot of yellow here as well. They see you as like a bright light though. It's really quite beautiful. I heard it's really quite menacing. At the same time I said beautiful. So this person might actually, that might be something that they're not aware of, is that their fantasies with you are actually kind of scary to them. Like they see it almost as like a threat because they're working on so much that they're like, I know that I can't drop it and go towards what I want on this end, you know? Let's get some clarifiers. I want to do, I'll use this deck, sure. Let's clarify my 3 of Cups and my Hermit. Just one. Sometimes Spirit likes to take a while, though. Ah, thank you. Okay, well, I asked for 1, but there's 2. Oof. Oof. Again, this person has kind of a insecurity. I don't even know what to call it. It feels like self-sabotage. It feels a lot like self-sabotage to me, but it's not quite all the way there. Maybe because it's like an unconscious behavior. This person fantasizes about betrayal. About maybe how they've been betrayed in the past, because I have my 5 of Swords here in reverse. Maybe the ways that they've been betrayed in the past, how maybe people they loved really fought with them. Really fought with them. And what's interesting here, in my betrayal card, right? He's carrying 5 swords, and then there's 2 stuck into the ground. And then in this one, she's carrying 3 swords, and there's 2 fallen on the ground. So I think this person like fantasizes about, they fantasize about what they don't know about you. They like have to think like, it's like, how can I prove? How can I prove? How can I prove that I know you? How can I prove that you know me? There seems to be some kind of like gap here where this person really doubts. I think they just doubt people. I think that this person just doubts other people as a whole. Like they genuinely, they don't know how to trust. Maybe that's why they're so fixated on work. They really don't know how to trust. They don't know how to take orders. This person fantasizes about maybe being betrayed, or they fantasize about like how betrayals have gone in the past. And honestly, I think sometimes they think about the ways that they've betrayed other people, and they fantasize about how they could have been a better person. I heard something recently about this where it's like, oh, let me pull it up. I wrote it down because it was part of, he's a neo-Nazi prick, Heidegger. I was watching a breakdown of one of his theories, and I wrote down this really nice talking point for it because I thought it would come in handy for a reading. Yeah, it's guilt is the uncomfortable certainty that we are not what we could have been. You will not realize the possibilities, and that means you will owe yourself a debt that you cannot repay. This is cosmic guilt. And then engaging in distortions devolves the pre-authentic state of your own peril. Those are the three, I'm sorry, at your own peril. Those are the three quotes that I took from that because I wanted to meditate and think on them. But it's the first one. I feel like this person has a lot of guilt trapped in them, maybe for past behaviors, maybe for how they've done you wrong in the past, and they fantasize about making things right. If they have been betrayed repeatedly, this person might fantasize about being the betrayer. Or even, again, because we have all this energy of like wanting to be yelled at, this person might self-sabotage by betraying you because they want the passion. They want the passion. Maybe passion is all that they know, though. Maybe this person was raised around people who didn't actually, because don't get me wrong, like passion is an aspect of love, but it is not the whole of love by any means. And in many, many, many cases, passion can be entirely on the opposite spectrum than love, depending on what you're doing, you know? Like, I love doing tarot. I have no passion for it, though. Are you kidding me? I think this person fantasizes about that. They fantasize about you coming at them, like, passionately, angry. I think they need that to prove to themselves that you care, that you're still there, that you're waiting for them. Interesting. Let's get a clarifier on this Five of Cups and this Knight of Cups, which is like a lot of emotional conflict about coming towards you and offering you something. We have the Four of Swords. Yeah, once again at night, this person's laying down for bed. Yeah, they're like restless, thinking of a plan, of a solution, of a resolve, of a way to come towards you, because I think the uncertainty is kind of killing them. I think it's kind of killing them, yeah. They want an opportunity. They fantasize about, like, being authentic with you, but I think that scares them a lot. Let's clarify my Five of Coins and my Ace of Pentacles here. What else did I fantasize about? Ooh, yeah, two. We have my Four of Wands in reverse. We have my Six of Wands in reverse. You might have this person blocked. Queen of Wands in reverse and the Chariot with that. Yeah, you have walked away from this person, and I think quietly you walked away from him. With my Queen of Wands, again, that's that like passion-filled energy of like, they want you to come forward like raging, stern, strong in your energy to show them that you care. But I don't think that's your love language. I think you're happier to just walk away. We have my Four of Wands in reverse. They fantasize about you telling them no, that they can't see you again. They fantasize about a rejection from you, and not in a good way. I actually feel like this is part of what holds them back from reaching out to you, because they convince themselves that there is no shot in hell that you will forgive them, but they want you to stay, baby. They want you to stay so badly. They want to take you out, show you off. Let's clarify my Seven of, oh nope, that's not even the right deck. My Seven of Cups. They think you have a lot of options. Maybe they fantasize about the options that you have. And we have the Emperor on the back. And on top of that, they fantasize about being like the best option, being chosen. This person wants to be chosen, but they're not choosing. How do you expect to be chosen if you're not choosing? Like, crazy work. This is kind of the energy of like, you can't expect God to gift you something you haven't asked for. And maybe this person doesn't get that. Sorry, I didn't mean to get aggravated with you. But no, I feel like Spirit is looking at this person's like hesitation, which is a pretty natural state for this person, I feel. I do feel like they get information and then they pull back and then they come back. But this person's hesitation is kind of like ruining a lot of their relationships as well as their need for conflict. I used to say this a lot. I was in a really terrible relationship in my early 20s. And when I broke up with him, I ended up in a different relationship. Very, very short term. And the guy was so great. He was great. We just weren't compatible, though. And when I told him that I didn't think we were compatible and that I think we should see other people, he was like, why do you think that? And I remember telling him, I was like, you can't hurt me in the way that I need to be hurt to feel love. Like, otherwise, which now, like, this was many, many years ago, so I've clearly worked through those issues. But back then I was like, you know, like, this relationship has me constantly on edge because I have no idea how to receive how you treat me, because it's not bad, and I'm so used to terrible, actually. And I think that this is this person's kind of view on this situation. And also, I think they self-sabotage. They betrayed you in some way where, like, they're completely cut off. And so they fantasize about kind of coming back in, getting that opportunity again, and not fucking it up. They fantasize about not fucking it up. But I don't think they trust themselves to not fuck it up because they haven't really worked through these issues. It honestly kind of feels fairy tale. I know, it's a doe on the card. I should have mentioned Bambi, but I've never seen Bambi, so I don't know how I could possibly reference it. Maybe they think you look like Bambi? Like you have like doe eyes? Oh, we have 2 to clarify, the Chariot and the Wheel of Fortune. The Devil and the Star. Yeah, this person's healing some serious demons that they got. I think maybe that's how they work through a lot of their issues, is through fantasy. Again, it's that like rehearsing in the shower type of vibe. And like that makes them feel a lot more comfortable. Like every time this person gets a chance to be alone, they go into another world in their head where they are the controller, you know, where they can move things around and say whatever they want. It's kind of reminding me of The Good Place. That's so funny. That's so funny. It's reminding me of The Good Place in like, I think the last season. Chidi, who is like a main character, he's like a philosophy teacher. He wants to break up with his girlfriend because he's about to die, whatever. And when he goes to break up with her, because he's such an anxious mess, this person does have like crazy Chidi energy, by the way. Because he's such an anxious mess, he asks Janet, which is like a universal assistant, to make a simulator for him so he can be like face to face with his girlfriend and break up with her over and over and over again until it's right. That's that perfection coming out, until it's right. This person might be waiting until everything is right or everything is perfect. This person might be waiting on like divine timing. Stupid. Sorry, it's just that like, for me, yes, divine timing is a real thing, absolutely. But at the same time, like, watch me put in a request to speed this up. Watch me. Like, yeah, this person, they might have, I feel like they fantasize a lot about healing the relationship with you through, like, physical activity. Oh my God. They want to make it up to you. And by make it up to you, I mean, like, get on their knees and beg. Let's go ahead and grab a handful of messages because I'm so super duper curious at what this person has to say. I can't get it out. It's these nails. Okay, just a couple. Okay. Let's get 1 or 2. We're starting strong. You have so many choices and options. Yeah, this person, like, they fantasize about you choosing someone else over them and then, like, you regretting it and realizing that they were the best one. It's like, and I think that this leaves them feeling like really unfulfilled regardless because you're still with someone else. Maybe you're in another relationship. This could be like, maybe this is like a partner that you had before and they wish that they had treated you better during the relationship. They think about getting it on though, like more than anything. Oh, okay. We have time to ground yourself. I haven't looked behind it yet, so time to ground yourself. This person, they fantasize about that too. They fantasize about the next time they will get alone time to think about this because I think they're using this to like work through their issues and so that they can feel confident to come towards you. And then we have my Ace of Swords behind that. But I think what this person needs to actually recognize in this situation is that like they can't predict what you're going to say, how you're going to react. They just have to like roll the dice and maybe they refuse to do that. We have, I dream about you a lot. Too much. I'm telling you, at night, like you are all this person can think about. It's like a movie scene in their head. Do you even care They fantasize about whether or not, they actually kind of fantasize about you, again, choosing them, and that, or like coming at them with rage and anger. That's how they want to like, they want to extract some kind of like passionate evidence to prove to themselves that you want them before they feel comfortable. Oh my God, yeah, again, I just dream and wish for everything. This person is like living in their head far in the future, and it's with a life with you. Maybe they're like fantasizing about you like leaving a current partner to choose them. Yeah, but I think we should see other people in reverse. Yeah, they do not want you. No, wrong. Yeah, they don't. This "you are wrong" energy is actually really rubbing me the wrong way. What do you mean? How am I wrong? Don't you dare. Back of the deck, you make me want to do bad things. And I get the sense it's not just like physical. They want to do things that are like against their personal rules. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe this person struggles to follow other people's rules because they've got their own like standard system that they don't deviate from. Because again, they're anxious. Anxious people love routines because it insists comfort when you have a routine. Oh, I have another one. Okay. What am I wrong about? No, come back here. Think you can make me forget you told me I'm wrong? Absolutely not. What am I wrong about? You tell me right now. Thank you. Breakup. Talking. Yeah, you guys might be separated. There's some kind of separation going on here. They want to talk. They fantasize about talking with you. They want to express something to you. Yeah, but it's, again, I feel like their hesitation holds them back so much, and it's like frustrating their own guides that they hesitate so much. We have lightning, sudden change. So for this person, it's going to kind of be like a make or break moment. They kind of might fantasize about that as well. Oh, we must be getting close to the end here because I'm starting to get a little burpy, and I definitely felt that with pile number 2. I'm going to clean this up, and then we'll come back for some self-care, because that's pretty much what I'm seeing. Maybe this person wants to wear costumes with you. They want to see you with your hair up. They like to see you in dresses. There's like a playful energy to this person, but they really are quite, they have quite low self-esteem, if I'm being honest. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, let's go ahead and let's do, let's start with a song. I added an extra light while I was gone because I had to go have dinner before I continued this reading. I did channel 2 songs while I was out for you. The first one, God, it was, I think it's by Prudence. I don't know what that means. It goes like, I have it, hold on. I think it's called Tonight You Belong to Me by Prudence. It's like a really kind of vintage song. And when I was hearing it, it was like, I know you belong to somebody new, but tonight you belong to me, just a little old me. And it was the little old me that really caught me, because that's kind of how this person feels. They feel like they're very little in comparison to you. This person might be interested in like a dom little type of dynamic, like a BDSM dynamic, maybe. They might be kinky. They might be super kinky. Sometimes the quietest people are really kinky. The second song that I was channeling, because it channeled like into that one, it was like, you belong to me. And then it was like, if I only had a brain. It was like the Scarecrow song from The Wizard of Oz. It was really weird that both of them channeled like directly after each other. But let's get an actual song. It's just that neither of those are in this deck, so I want to make sure you got that message. That might have extra messages in it for you. Just get 1 or 2, please. Okay. We have Picture, by Feeble Little Horse, which is all about a crush, and it can also be someone that you have like mutual feelings with. They're saying, if you're thinking what I'm thinking, paint me a pretty picture of me and you, And then at the end, it was like, oh, hello. So I do feel like this person is trying to figure out, oh, and then on the back of the deck, I have, Maybe I'm Amazed by Paul McCartney. And it says, amazed at the way I really need you. You are the only woman. I'm amazed with you. So again, like, put it where it fits. I feel like you are the one for this person, but they seem to, for some reason, think that you're with someone else, or they think that you don't, they feel like they don't have a chance is the issue, or they feel like you might be better with someone else, and because of how, like, fearful they are, how, like, frightened they are. I'm, like, trying to tone down all the lighting here, but yeah, it's actually quite sad for this person to feel that way. Let me get a couple zodiac signs. I don't even know where that deck is. Okay, well, if I can't do that, then I'm going to do this. Let's just get a couple here. How does this person, what is my pile number one person fantasize about? They fantasize about a retreat. Look, and she's in a white wedding gown. But this isn't my honeymoon card. Retreat. They think about, like, being quiet with you. That's so funny. I'm getting this person thinks about, like, going on walks with you. A stroll. Maybe they want, like, maybe they fantasize about, like, having, like, pushing a stroller on a walk with you, like, with your kid in it. This person fantasizes about marrying you. They fantasize about, like, disconnecting from the world with you. What they want to do is they want to, like, pull you into the world that's in their head. Interesting. Okay, what's on the back? What I tell you, engagement. This person wants to marry you. This person fantasizes about marrying you. Like, they think you're the one, but they think that there's no chemistry. They're asking you to keep an open mind. Yeah, due to separation. Look, and separation, there's wedding directly underneath it. Like, this person wants to be with you long term, but they don't, I don't know if they actually know that. I think right now they just know that, like, they want to be alone with you. Maybe they want you to hear something that they've been thinking about that's been on their mind, or that they can't stop thinking about. Oh, my chest got really about that. Okay, let's get one or two more. A spiritual message. But a karmic message about being calm. This person knows that their behavior is karmic, that they're acting like a karmic, like their hesitation. I think that's what Spirit's trying to get them to realize is, like, their hesitation isn't calmness. It is, like, it's their anxiety consuming them. It's their fears consuming them. So this hesitation, this, like, non-action doesn't really work for this person. They might be sneaky. This person might be sneaky. Or maybe they're sneaking around. Because I did get that song by, I think it's by Prudence. I didn't really look. And it says, I know you belong to someone else. So they might think you're in another relationship, but they're hoping that they can come towards you calmly soon. Yeah, they want to provide you some kind of abundance, but they're waiting for some kind of payout. Yeah, they're being guided right now through whatever they're going through. Actually, yeah, we have source directly behind guide. And then we have reunion underneath that. So I feel like this person is, they are being guided right now, I think, to deal with a lot of these, like, karmic behaviors that they have, which we all have karmic behaviors, you know. I think they're being guided to, like, deal with these karmic behaviors before coming towards you. This might have been because they know that you've been in a relationship in the past that was really bad for you, or really hurt you, or, you know, left you feeling some kind of way. Interesting. We got an engagement so many times here. Yeah, they want to meet. Maybe grab coffee with you. I feel like this is the type of person who would, like, wake up before you to make you coffee and then just, like, sit in silence while they watch you drink it. I know that sounds really creepy, but, like, that might be something that they fantasize about. Confirmation. Okay. I kind of want to get this person's feelings. I don't know if I'm going to do this for the other groups, but I want to get this person's feelings because there's so much fear and anxiety here that it's a little hard to map out what they're actually feeling beneath the fantasy. Because the fantasy is, like, it's made in their head. It's, like, custom made for how they want to feel. But that doesn't mean that that's how they actually feel. We have self-worth in reverse. What have I been saying? This whole fucking reading. What have I been saying? This person has really low self-esteem. They have anger at the back of the deck. Yeah, they want you to be angry with them because that's the only way that they can connect with passion. That might be like, and then we have nature. Yeah, they want to like go for a walk with you. It's so funny because I'm seeing very, very vividly like two people meet outside of a bar. There's like an argument though, or some kind of clash as they're leaving, as they're exiting. Because I can see two shadows like standing directly in front of each other, but it's outside of like this. It looks like a lounge or a bar, and they're like saying their goodbyes, and she's just like pounding about it, like yelling and pounding, and he's like trying to calm her down by pulling her in closer and suggests that they go for a walk. So they like walk down the way and talk about things, and that's kind of like what this person needs in order to feel loved and cared for and safe. They need to feel like they are worth fighting for and that you are going to fight for them. But I don't really know if you're gonna. I don't really know if that's in the cards. I could look. I don't really care to. But yeah, what this person is fantasizing about, well, they're fantasizing about you being passionate towards them, acting recklessly, impulsively towards them. I think it would actually really turn them on. Maybe you were a really calm person. Really, you could be stoic. And so they want to get a rise out of you, but it's not like nefarious. It's not like they're trying to hurt you. It's funny, my cat's like scratching at my wall for no reason. It's not like they're trying to hurt you. It's more like they're trying to convince themselves that you see them as worthy. It's making my nose go crazy. Oh, did not like that. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna grab some charms. Here she is. This is super duper loud, so if you are noise sensitive, turn down the volume. I was gonna get self-care, but I'm not. I don't think this person actually needs self-care. I feel like they actually lean a bit too heavy into the idea of self-care. This person needs to like ground themselves. They need to think in reality and they need to act. This person needs action. They don't need to isolate. They need to act. So let me go ahead and take a look at the charms. I'm gonna go ahead and separate all these because you guys got a handful of fortunes, a handful of mini tarot. We got some charms here. It's interesting that source has come up twice now. Because I have two Mother Mary pendants right here that came out with your charms. Oh, something just fell. Probably an initial. But I've got two Mother Mary pendants. So I think this person might be praying about like what to do in this situation. I think when they're done with their fantasies, they feel quite unsatisfied with whatever they're planning to do. I like roll my eyes at it because it's not really planning. They're trying to process their own emotions. And I don't think they know that that's what they're doing. So then by the end of the fantasy, they're like, well, I don't know if they really act like that. I don't know if they respond like that. Like this person finds you very unpredictable. Okay, we also have tea here. Could also be a coffee cup. So again, like they want to meet up. They want to like get a drink with you, tell you something that's been on their mind. This might happen during the winter or seasonal depression. Maybe a big aspect of their behavior because we have a snowflake here. Oh, and it's a reminder that like you are unique and rare and beautiful because every snowflake is unique and rare and beautiful. We have a cute little bunny here in my charms. So pile 4 might have some messages for you as well. There might be a little girl involved in this. Maybe you guys have a child together. It says love in the ear. This, you or them might have like a stuffed animal that you sleep with. And if it's you, I think they think that's adorable. They think that's adorable. All their charms. No, I think that's it. Yeah. Yeah, we just have two Mother Marys. So I feel like maybe they've prayed about this or you've prayed about this, but Source is keeping an eye on this situation and trying to guide it properly. I don't know if this person's listening, though. For your fortunes, we have the only way to have a friend is to be one. We have, oh, this one's torn up. You are capable, competent, creative, careful. Prove it. We have, you will be unusually successful in business. I know I eat a lot of Panda Express, don't judge me. And then we also have, surround yourself with kindness and beauty. And I think you have. I think you are actually a very, very kind, sweet, beautiful person. And this person does not seem to be surrounded by the same types of energies that you embody. We have, for our initials, I'm actually going to go ahead and grab. Okay. We have V for Valerie, Victoria, Vince, Vincent, Vida, Violet, Viola. I think that's an instrument. Someone might play violin. We have X, Xavier, Xander, Xena, Xanth, Zed. We have Z, Zeke, Zane, Zach, Zachary, Zachariah. I don't know if I can think of any Z names that start with any female Z names. Anyways, those are all the initials that I have. Nope, we have N. So Nathan, Nathaniel, Nate, Nick, Nicholas, Nicolas, Nancy. Something about football is playing in the next room. We have family being brought up. Family's been brought up a lot here. I think this person has like a very, I don't want to call them like violent or aggressive, but they seem very, I guess you could call it passion, but it doesn't really come off as passion. It just comes off as like pure Mars energy, or it's like conflict and war. It's war. They might confuse passion for war, conflict for passion. We have my Two of Pentacles. This person's juggling a lot at this time, and they fantasize about, letting everything go. This person fantasizes about like jumping off the ship they're on and swimming over to your island. Look at the lovers on an island together. For the affirmations, we have peace and love. And then we also have better happy, better smiling. So I feel like this person puts on a brave face pretty often to deal with their situations. I think they're kind of hitting, oh, we also have ring. I didn't even see this. We have ring, and then we also have blessed. Like, this person would feel blessed if they could offer you some form of higher commitment, some kind of higher cup that they should have offered you previously. Okay, well, that's what I'm seeing for you today. If you guys would like to book a private reading from me, you can find that in my Etsy, in the link below. I also sell my spiritual items, like my potpourri and my altar boards, and I'll be adding some other mystic items on there later this month, so keep an eye out for me. Other than that, thank you so much for joining me, and I will catch you on the next one. Bye! Hi, pile number 2. If you chose this pile, then you are at your reading today. Thank you so much. We are going to go ahead and get started. The first thing that I'm going to do is I am going to grab an angel number for you. That is going to be 114. 114 is your angel number for today. I would even go with like 111. Try that. So go into your browser, type in 114 angel number meaning, and that'll be your message from Spirit today. I have Taurus being highlighted. So this past Taurus moon that just hit in November, the full moon might have been significant for you. Now, the next thing that I'm going to do is I am going to go ahead and get an idea of what this person's energy is like, so you know that you're at the right pile. And if it doesn't sound like your person, that's totally okay. Check the other pile, something there might be for you. There still might be some like messages here for you, but it might not be entirely your pile, you know? This person is the mouse. Okay, this is nitpicky, detail-oriented. This gives off OCD vibes. Maybe this person feels like they feel like they're more of a pet to you than a person. This person like works really, really hard though. They're kind of nonstop. They might take more than they should. Like, this is the type of person where it's like if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. Yeah, if you give a mouse a cookie, then you have to get a milk. Like, it's that kind of role. So you might be kind of weary of this person. Purely because they seem to be fixated pretty heavily on themselves. And that might actually lead to, like, some unconscious issues where they don't realize how, like, they're treating people around them. Let's go ahead and get some more information, some more clarifiers as to who my pile number 2 is and what are they fantasizing about. Okay, so they're really smart. They're very smart. This could be someone who's, like, educated. Maybe they have, like, a degree. They know a lot of people. They're kind of wise beyond their years. This could be, like, an old soul. They feel a bit selfish, though. Maybe, And we also have quest. So they seem to be on some kind of journey. Look, this might be someone who chose someone else over you, because I'm looking at, like, oh, like, the grass is greener on the other side. They might have that. And again, it's that underlying selfishness that I'm feeling. Someone's playing music in the next room. Anyways, I'm just going to keep going on. So, yeah, with quest here, this is someone who they're trying to achieve a goal. And they are trying to do this through intellectual means. It looks like they might be trying to find, like, the answer to something. They might be trying to answer some of their own questions. This could be in relation to their work. Like, maybe their job is as a researcher in some way. Interesting. Yeah, because there's so much earth here. There's so much earth. That could be Capricorn, Taurus, Virgo. We had Taurus show up already. The mouse is an earth sign. We have the planet Earth in this one, in her stomach. So there's something here that they're trying to achieve using their mind. They're trying to strategize or plan, but I think that this actually makes them kind of a panicky mess. Let me get you know what? I want to grab themes before I move on into what the situation is. Let me get a theme for what this person's going through. Ooh. That's not right. No, we don't need those. What's my pile number 2? Can I get some more descriptors? What is the theme of what's going on here? Of what they fantasize about? Home? Oh! This person's so cute. Aw. Aw. They might be clairaudient, because I cannot stop hearing music in the next room. I don't know if you guys can hear that. I'll probably blur it out later if I can figure out how, because I'm not great with tech. Yeah, this person has no courage, though. They may have had some, this person might have had some, like, a troubling home situation. That might be why they're on this quest. Maybe they're trying to find answers for something that happened to them. Oh, sorry. That music was too distracting for me, so I asked them to turn it down a bit. So yeah, we have home and courage. Something here is loud in this person's head. It's like beating like a drum. It's like it honestly, to me, it almost sounds like metal music, where it's like a really strong drummer, and then it's like electric guitar, bass, vocalist, but the vocalist doesn't sound like they're doing metal. I dated a metal vocalist for 4 years, so, like, I know my doomcore, baby. But, like, it's funny, this person's mind feels like a band. It's very weirdly organized. Maybe this person's really compartmentalized. And so, like, a lot of their energy gets sent. Maybe they even send money back home. They might be supporting a family. Or they fantasize about you being their home. But they don't have the courage to say that. Interesting, interesting, interesting. There's something here about the family that makes them very panicky. I can't grab my honk. No, it's not like that. It's like they're like panicky, where they're like looking for something to hold on to grab because they're scared. But it's not like an anxiety fear. It's almost like learned behavior. It's like learned fear. You know, like, when I was growing up, my dad was amazing. He was always really calm. So we knew when he came home that like our savior is here, basically. But when my mom came home, she was like such an emotional, dramatic mess that we would like hide immediately from her, and we would try to find ways in order to like not deal with her. Like me and my siblings would like take shifts, and like who gets punished, and who has to, you know, like go with her to the store and things like that, because she was so emotionally unstable that we learned that like we have to proactively plan out our interactions with this woman, otherwise they end in punishment. And I feel like it's very similar for this person, where at home they may have been really beaten down or taught that like they can't defend themselves, they can't stick up for themselves, that they have to like walk on eggshells, they have to plan around other people. So I think that's kind of part of what they fantasize about with you, is like, this sounds like it's like a quote that I saw, where it's like, I will have a home with no slamming doors and no broken dishes, and there won't be a man screaming in my home. So this is kind of that energy. But this person feels so stressed out, so immensely stressed out emotionally. And I think like they may get really like headaches or migraines quite often. So I don't think this person fantasizes a lot. In fact, they might actually be scared to fantasize, because this person is so used to assuming the worst, so catastrophizing a situation and then like assigning that to a person. And I've talked about this a lot on my channel, you know, in a lot of different ways, about how catastrophizing, I'm never going to pronounce it right, I don't care, and assumptions, how they can be really terrible when it comes to like proper, appropriate communication with people. And so this person might like daydream about having a family or a home with you, but I don't think they have the courage. And I also don't think, I think that they would have to unlearn a lot of behavior, because what I'm seeing in like my mind's eye is like someone, it's like you constantly shock and surprise this person, and they think about that quite often. They fantasize about like the ways that you might surprise them, because I feel like this is the type of person where like they broke something of yours, right? Like they got up too fast and they knocked over like that, and they're expecting you to like scream at them, so they're immediately like ready to cower. I'm so sorry, I'll clean it up, I'll buy you a new one. And you're like, what are you talking about? Like, I didn't even like that mug, it's fine. And they're like, you know, like that's kind of what they're fantasizing about, is like maybe how you'll react. I'm getting a lot about like emotional stability. This person needs like a rock to lean on. That's so funny. That's so funny. This person, yeah, there's something about the family home that has really, I feel like, traumatized this person. This person might be the type of person who kind of I heard smokes themselves out of their head, or maybe they drink a lot in order to like not think, not get consumed by what they're feeling, because it is intense. It's very intense, but it's not, it's like assumed. It's like an assumed defense, right? It's like this coping mechanism that they've had for ages is just being triggered and triggered and triggered for no reason. Okay, let's look at the situation. Let's look at what else they fantasize about. I feel like this person fantasizes about having the courage to come towards you. Actually, it also might be like having the courage to stand up to a parental figure, or for themselves, or maybe like their goals and their dreams, or maybe a choice that they made, but it's like it's surrounding, it's centered on some type of parental figure or someone from like the childhood home that really left this person with some deep wounds that I feel like they've been stitching up themselves. Yeah, we have rage on the back of this deck. Like this person really fantasizes about standing up for themselves. They fantasize about having courage. And maybe that's kind of what they're looking for in a partner as well, is like, maybe they don't want to be the one to stand up for them. Maybe they want someone else to stand up for them, right? Like I remember, actually, the metal vocalist that I dated for 4 years, he met my biological mother once. Yeah, we have commitment on the back of the deck. He met my biological mother once, and bless you. Anyways, I remember him, my bio mom had said something along the lines of like, oh, well, when she was born, I just knew she could take care of herself, so I didn't bother taking care of her. And my boyfriend at the time was like, you're a piece of shit. Like, you are a terrible mother and you're a terrible woman. Like, you did not deserve her. You should not have kids if you think a baby can take care of itself, you monster. Like, he was so offended on my behalf. And for a very brief moment in that relationship, my eyes shone like diamonds. I was like, oh, I've never had someone stand up for me before. Thank you so much for doing that, because I wasn't going to do that. I also didn't perceive it that way either. So it's like him standing up for me brought that new perception into my eyes, where I was like, oh, like, I feel so proud about my hyper-independence that my, like, narc mom will brag about it, about my hyper-independence as if it's her own accomplishment and she saw it coming. And I felt proud of that. And I had to do, like, a whole deconstruction on that and on my perspective because of that one line that he said. And that's kind of the power that you have over this person. They might get messages through you. Because I was getting, like, this person might be clairaudient. They might have psychic abilities they don't know about. And I think that that's actually, like, really stressful to them. I feel like this person's kind of fearful of commitment, but they want it desperately. They want love desperately, but they're very worried it's going to be like it was in the childhood home, where it's like love is something that you have to plan around, that you have to walk on eggshells around, that is conditional, etc., etc. And so they've been on this quest, maybe to, like, put distance between themselves and the family home, or to find themselves, or to find their courage, something like that. But they're trying to, like, think their way in and out of situations. They're not connecting with their heart space at all. I have divine masculine coming right out. That's so funny. Pile number 1 had the divine feminine. You could be a divine masculine. They could be a divine masculine. This person seems to be fantasizing about, if they are a divine masculine, because now I have to go 2 routes. If they're a divine masculine, they fantasize about being, like, the one for you. They also might think about your chest quite a lot. If you're not the divine, if this is not the divine masculine, oh yeah, there could be some, like, this could be like a LGBTQ as well. Like, you guys could be same sex. It doesn't matter. If you are not the divine, what am I saying here? Maybe they fantasize about, like, what kind of person would be right for them. Or they fantasize about, like, a provider. Yeah, if you are not the divine masculine watching this, then, like, they probably fantasize about a provider having, like, a good match to themselves. Or they fantasize about, like, becoming that version of themselves. Let's get a couple more here. This person might like you with brunette hair. They also might like you in blue or orange. Ooh, we have done coming out, but that came out with my waves card, my emotions card. This one might be blonde here. But again, I'm getting brunette. I'm getting a lot of brunette vibes. I have, like, 5 brunette cards, so I feel like they prefer you as a brunette. Or maybe, I'm not sure. Interesting. They feel like you might be done with them. They're kind of, they fantasize about, like, I feel like they fantasize about being done with this, like, emotional processing. Or some kind of, like, emotional fears that are being harbored. Maybe resentments that are being harbored. They fantasize a lot about, like, I just heard retelling their own story. Yeah. Maybe this person has cut off their family. Or, like, a childhood friend. And they're thinking about that. They're fantasizing. Not fantasizing exactly. It doesn't feel like fantasizing. It actually feels like stress. It feels like the only free time that they have during their day, they use to try to, like, solve the little issues in their life. So they don't actually have a lot of time. They don't actually allow themselves a lot of space to fantasize, which is really quite sad, actually, for this person. On the back of the deck, I have escapade, vacation. Yeah, this person wants to, like, take you away. So they might fantasize about, like, coming home to you and then, like, whisking you away to a nice vacation. Ooh, is that why we're getting, like, the blue and the orange? Maybe they want to see a sunset with you. Go to, greener pastures with you. I don't even know what that saying, where that comes from. This person's really, like, emotional. Like, really emotional. And I think that they recognize their emotions. They don't try to push away from them. They try to, like, out-logic their feelings. maybe that's what it is. Like, they numb out their own feelings with logic. Like, oh, that's not rational. That's not logical. I can't do that. I can't feel that way because it doesn't make sense to feel that way. This person has had to think too much. And it very much feels like it's a survivor energy where, like, they have had to fight. And the way that they fought was using their mind, was thinking their way in and out of bad situations. This person's really intelligent. I don't think they give themselves that credit. I don't think other people give them that credit. I actually quite think that it's almost as if their intelligence kind of gets lost amongst all the compartmentalization. So when this person is trying to, like, work through emotions, which I feel like is their fantasy time, is them working through, like, their stressful emotions, they like, it's like they start and then they stop and then they start and then they stop. And it's like opening and shutting a drawer repeatedly because they're looking for a way that they can organize things so it's, like, easy, or it's not, there's no conflict. They're looking for comfort. They, like, fantasize about being comforted by someone. Maybe being held by someone. They might want to be held. They might want to, like, cuddle. This person might be really cuddly, actually. I get the sense that they're quiet, though. Because their head is so loud. Let's get one or two more, please, Spirit. I can't believe I caught it like that. That's crazy. Throwing shade, criticism. Again, there's something about this person's, like, family, their family home, where there is, like, it's like an anvil, anvil being dropped on their head of just, like, criticism, unpredictability, instability. So this person, like, maybe they kind of misjudged you at first. They may have fantasized about, like, how you react, and they kind of misjudged how you would react. Maybe they think you're more critical than you actually are. I've had friends like that where they're like, oh, like, you know, you probably think this and this and this about me. And I'm like, no, like, when I do think about you, it's usually pretty decent because you're my friend and I care about you. But it does show me a lot about, like, where you're coming from. This person also might like you with sunglasses on. I know, that sounds so funny. They might like to wear, like, a mask. Yeah, we've got bananas all over this shirt. So again, like, this might be an LGBTQ situation. You guys can totally be same sex. You know what it is? It might be like that they're deconstructing a lot of learned behavior. I don't actually think they're at that point yet, though. I think they're just kind of processing how they're feeling. And they might be starting to get to that point where they're recognizing, like, wait a minute, like, I can't out-logic this because it's like a trauma wound. Like, it has to be healed. There's no way to out-logic it. Like, it actually feels like they grew up with someone who was just incredibly unstable. And so as an adult, they're trying to, like, logic out their emotions, but you can't logic something that's unreasonable. Let's get one more. Or maybe, and I was picking up on this at first, there might be people in, like, the family home, like siblings, parents, etc., that are throwing shade on this person's decisions. That might be in regards to, like, this quest, this travel that they've been on, this journey that they've been on. This person's really emotional, though. It's not bad. It's not a bad thing by any means. I'm just saying, like, it's very overwhelming. We have make-believe. We have fantasy. Oh, okay, they fantasize about knocking you up. That's what it is. They fantasize about knocking you up. Or maybe they have, like, a certain kink that's a bit like a Krispy Kreme donut, you know? I feel like when they do fantasize about you, it is about, like, having a family with you, having a home with you, having, like, children with you, getting you pregnant. Like, it is centered so heavily around their own wounds. And I was saying that earlier. I said, it's like retelling their own story. It's like they want to rewrite their own story with their children. I've said this before. Oh, my God. I see this during prayer a lot, where I'm like, God, like, I would love to have children, but I don't want to have kids the same way that my parents had kids. Because poverty in the 90s was, like, tolerable, but, like, poverty in the mid-2010s was not tolerable, you know, for a child to grow up in. So I feel like this person really fantasizes about, like, having, like, a good family, having a healthy family, where, like, again, it's that no slamming doors, nobody's breaking glasses, no one's yelling at each other. Like, they really do just crave very base level comforts. And this might be because they're a bit of a baby on the inside. Yeah, because that's kind of the like emotional overwhelm that I'm getting, is it's like this person needs to cry. This person needs to like sob, dude. And I don't think they let themselves. They kind of like out logic it. They're like, no, now is not a good time. Like I'm in a work meeting. Or no, now is not a good time. I have to go to a dinner. Or no, it's like they kind of, actually, that actually might be part of it. It's like part of their like fantasy energy is being so heavily pushed towards like pushing away from their emotions. Yeah, because they want to be done. They don't want to feel this like overwhelm, but they can't help it. It actually kind of feels like I'm throwing up, you know? So they might feel really, really uncomfortable with like expressing emotional vulnerability. And that makes total sense, especially when you grow up with someone who's emotionally unpredictable. You can't expect them to sympathize with you, so you just hide your emotions instead. You compartmentalize as a result. Think about you pregnant, though. Or they think about having a family with you. If, you know, this is like a same-sex couple and you guys don't want children, this could be like they want to get a pet with you, or... We also have the bunny here, so pile 4 might have some messages for you. In my make-believe card. I think that another thing, this is so strange. They fantasize about what it'd be like to have kids with you, but I don't think it's about with you. I think it's about like having kids. They fantasize about like the relationships that they'd have with their kids, what they would do with their kids, how they would treat their kids. Like, oh, you know, I'd make sure that my son is signed up for baseball. You know, and then I'd go to every single game, and I'd pick them up, and I'd take the whole team out for ice cream when we get a big win. Like, this person fantasizes very heavily about, like, homely comfort, and about being the parent that they did not have. It's actually so sweet. I, like, want to sob. This person needs to cry, though. They might throw shade. They may be kind of critical. They might be kind of rude. Disrespectful is on that card. So if they're being critical to you, just know, like, it's because their mind is very critical. And I don't think it's their mind's voice. I actually think it's like a parent's mind voice, like yelling through their mouth. And I've dealt with that before. Yeah, actually, the exact same person that I've talked about on this channel, how like, you know, they'll make assumptions too much, and that leads to really like bad communication. That same person, I remember one time we had like gotten into an argument. It wasn't really an argument. It was more like he got pissed off and he started yelling at me. And I was rolling my eyes half the time. But I remember I like looked up at him when he was yelling at me and I was about to react. But when I looked at him, it looked like I could see his dad yelling at him and then yelling at me through him. And so I like couldn't take him seriously after that, because I was like, oh, like this isn't even you. Like, this is just learned behavior that you're regurgitating because you don't know how to process or deal with your emotions. And that's kind of what this person has dealt with. Like, maybe their parents were really unstable, and so they have no idea how to actually process their emotions. Insatiable. Yeah, they can't stop. They, like, want to fantasize and think about you. But they just don't have the time or the space to do it for some reason. This is a very busy person. But I feel like that's intentional. I think they keep themselves busy. This feels like the type of person where it's like idle hands are, you know, the devil's playthings. So they keep their hands busy. Speaking of hands, there's a lot of hands going on in this. So they might want to, like, do some fun stuff utilizing those bad boys. That's so funny. Oh my god, I just heard they're into ass stuff. That's... Guys, Spirit, you gotta be so not rude to me. Disgusting. Disgusting. I shouldn't shame people's kinks, but I just don't like it when it's thrown at me in the blue. Because if I allow it, then I'm going to start regularly channeling those kind of messages, and I don't want to do that. No offense. So let's go ahead. Let's move on into the tarot. Get a little bit more information what this person fantasizes about. We already know that it's mostly about like having a healthy family, having a proper family. And it's something about, like, not making the same mistakes as their parents, as well as, like, oh, so sweet. Oh, they might really like you in the color blue. Maybe you have blue eyes. They could have blue eyes. Oh my gosh, yes, we just got the Empress. Empress. Jeez. This person might have a hard time with words. Because I have just been stuttering through this whole reading. Okay, so to start here, we have my Three of Wands, which I usually see as manifesting. With this being in reverse, I know it's kind of hard to see. With this being in reverse, it's almost like they want to celebrate with you, but they can't. They feel like this is too far out of reach, and it's because they're studying or they're doing something else. They might be in college. They might be in college. That might be why they're so busy, or they might be in school. You might be in school as well. They feel like you're working on your best self, though. They really do. I feel like they think about what you do at night. Maybe that's what it has to do with the hands. Maybe they think about, like, how you, like, play with yourself, or they'd like to witness that. That's so funny. Because when I look at this card, it's like three guys all mulling over this one woman who's like, oh, thank you. Like, she's just watching them, you know? They're just watching her enjoy this, right? I feel like this person wants to overwhelm you in bed. They might fantasize about that. They might fantasize about, like, pushing you to your limit. We have my Six of Wands in reverse. They're very worried that they won't have a victory here with you. They think you're very intelligent, though. They fantasize about how smart you are. And I think what a good couple you guys would be. Yeah, like, look at these two. They're on, like, a gondola or something. Like, this person really does fantasize about, like, having you, but they don't see it as, like, realistic. There's something about, like, it being illogical here. Or it not making sense. But we have my Page of Cups anyways. So, like, they want to move forward with it anyways. So, with it being in reverse, it does feel a little immature, a little reckless. But I think that's kind of the point. I think this person would have to, like, act against their own instincts in order to, I heard secure you. Holy shit, secure the package? What does that mean? Maybe you're the whole package to this person. But yeah, they feel like they would have to be a little reckless. I heard play it loose and fast. They might have to, like, play it loose and fast in order to get you in bed. But they also fantasize about the fact, like, they might not be ready for you. Because look at her. She is happy-dappy, about to leave, opening the window while he is, like, exhausted and tied up. There's that blue again. Exhausted and tied up. Maybe this person likes to be tied up. No shame on that. Again, if they just show it to me, I'm fine with getting that message. But don't just tell me. That's so rude. So we have my Eight of Wands here. This person does want to send you a message. I don't think it's going to be very emotional. I'm going to go find out what that is. Sorry, my roommate's taking a shower. So with this Eight of Wands, yeah, I feel like they fantasize. Oh, you know what's so funny? With this blue that's wrapped around his wrist, isn't it like, what is it that you gift to someone who's having a wedding, to the bride? It's like something new, something old, something blue, something bold. I could be wrong on that. But yeah, this person thinks about marrying you quite often. I think that they think about, like, they don't want to leave bed with you. They don't want to leave bed with you. They don't want to get out of bed until you're knocked up. Because we have my Empress following that. And look at her in a wedding dress. In a wedding dress. Yeah. We have my Six of Swords in reverse. But they're, again, it doesn't make sense to them. They don't know why they feel this way towards you, because they know logically it doesn't work with their, like, current lifestyle. So they don't know. They don't know. Because, like, they fantasize about you a lot, but they don't see a way where this could be realistic, where they could make this happen. And so I think that's where we get, like, that done, because I think they'll, like, fantasize, and then, like, they kind of get into it, and then it almost feels too good, right? So they need to bring back that, like, learned behavior of abuse. And so they'll fantasize about, like, not even fantasize. I feel like it just, like, the fantasy takes a really dark, twisted turn into something like, oh, well, that would never work. Like, why am I even like, they actually get angry at themselves for fantasizing about this, for wanting this with you. We have my Knight of Wands in reverse. Yeah, again, like, it feels like they would have to be reckless. They would have to be impulsive in order to override this, like, defense mechanism that they have that keeps them so in their head. I very much get the idea that, like, if this person could grab you by the shoulders and plop you into their skull, they would. Like, this person thinks about you in their head a lot. We have my Knight of Swords in reverse. Again, something blue. And he's wearing blue in this too. This person's favorite color might be blue. They might be sad. They might actually, this, like, fantasizing actually might make them really sad. Because again, like, fantasy is all about, it's very much like subconscious emotion coming to the front, right? In the form of a storyline. And this person's deep need, their, like, deep-seated need for, like, familiar, homely comfort, I think it really overwhelms them because they've never had that. It's only ever been a fantasy to them. But I think with you, that becomes realistic. And they crave it, but it doesn't make sense for their current day-to-day life. It doesn't fit with their lifestyle. They don't even know how to plan. Like, it feels like with you, like, they don't be, and it might be, again, that unpredictability coming out again, where they're like, they don't really have a good read on other people. Because, again, they grew up with someone who was, like, very emotionally unstable. So they don't really know how to start a relationship, let alone a conversation. There's something here about things being really, really slow. Like, they would take it real slow with you. And I think in their fantasies, they might even slow it down because they know how much the emotional overwhelm can, like, trigger them. So I think they, like, take it really slowly when they do get a chance to fantasize. Maybe they fantasize, like, right in the beginning of the morning. Like, right when they wake up, they fantasize about, like, waking up with you, what it'd be like to wake up with you. Maybe they fantasize about, like getting breakfast with you. Yeah. Oh, this is so, so funny. So when I'm looking at this Six of Swords, right, they're in this gondola. She's got this, like, bird in the cage. And we had that somewhere else. We had that with the home card. If you actually look really, really closely at the home card, that exact same bird is in this corner, sitting over, watching over this. So it almost feels like their needs and their desires. Like, originally they fantasized about leaving the home, right? That freedom that this bird has. And just kind of, like, looking over the home, maybe even sending money back home. But now they fantasize about, like, capturing it and sharing it with someone that they love. Because she's smiling, she's happy. They might have a mustache, you might have a mustache. I'm not getting too much of a beard here, but if there is a beard, it feels like it's full and square. I am getting a thick mustache here, though. Thick mustache or clean shaven for masculines. For feminines, I've got a lot of brunettes here. 1, 2, 3, 4 brunettes here. So this person might really like that you're brunette, or they might like you in brunette. They really like the color blue. They fantasize a lot about you at night and right in the morning. So it actually feels like anytime that their brain isn't actively focused on something else, they focus on you. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, let's get some clarifiers. Because a lot of what this person fantasizes about is just having a home and a family with you. Just like a romantic, like a really loving relationship is what they fantasize about. They fantasize about having, like, a loving family. But let's see if we can get any more. Let's look at the Three of Wands and the High Priestess, please. Clarifier. Just one. Okay, I'm going to take that. We have the Three of Cups. They fantasize about celebrating with you. They fantasize about celebrating with you. They want to celebrate maybe some kind of study, maybe like a graduation, some kind of accomplishment, a promotion, something like that. They want to celebrate that with you. Or they think about how much fun, and yeah, even in this one, all 3 girls are brunettes. So it's like, maybe they fantasize, someone might have curly hair here. I've also got straight hair though. I have a lot of buns, messy buns, or updos. It might be an updo. This person kind of likes bigger hair. They worry. They do worry that you'll be unfulfilled in a relationship with them, that you won't be happy with them long term. They worry that they can't meet your needs. And I think that scares them because you meet theirs. Let's clarify my Six of Wands in reverse and my Page of Cups in reverse. Oh, okay. I'm just going to take the one. We have my Knight of Swords coming up a second time. Yeah, they're trying to think. They're trying to think their way out of this situation. They're trying to think of a way that they can come towards you and, like, give you, not exactly an emotional confession. They feel too scared for that. But maybe, like, tell you what they want. And because I feel like they're not trying to offer you anything. I feel like they're trying to gauge where you are. Because they're trying to, like, gauge compatibility. Again, because this person is really, they're fearful. So they might be a little too cautionary or wary of other people. We have my Empress and my 6 of Swords, and to pair with that, we have the 6 of Pentacles and the Queen of Wands. Yeah, yo. Oh, I saw that. King of Wands on the back of the deck, though. So they might have had a really strong or critical father figure, and I'm getting a very, like, emotionally unstable mother figure. Something here was really abusive because we have my 6 of Pentacles in reverse with my Queen of Wands in reverse. So something here was, like, violent and abusive and cruel. And with this coming up over my Empress and my 6 of Swords, it's like this is a story they don't want to repeat. And they will fight with all their might to not repeat this. Like, the reason that their standards are so high or are the way that they are is to avoid, because they've observed their own family a lot. And I think that they caught on to a lot of the red flags or the behaviors that people, like their family members, do. So this could be like, you know, they're, like I said, oh my God, I said that earlier in this reading. I was like, you know, my narcissist mom, it might be like that. Or like, you know, they had a narcissist parent. And those family dynamics are always really scary because you have the narcissist parent, the parent who is the enabler, and then the children. Typically, there's a dynamic of, like, the golden child, the scapegoat, and then the lost child, right? Because the golden child gets all the attention and all the praise. The scapegoat gets all the punishments and all the insults and criticisms, and the lost child is, like, forgotten, right? Like, they're not even thought of. They're not even mentioned. They're just, like, wholly neglected. And maybe they've, like, taken some kind of psychology course, or they've, like, looked deeper into, like, narcissist paradigms. This person feels like a really strong empath. They actually kind of feel like they're in the first stage of the wounded healer. You can look into that. It's Carl Jung, Jung, for his last name. He does, there's like a whole series on YouTube here that you can check out about the dark empath and about the wounded healer, which is Chiron in astrology. That's a meteorite, which is all about the wounded healer. This person, again, it really feels like I'm hearing 2 songs. They're both by Modern Baseball. So funny. This person might like pop punk. The first one is, I'd rather spend my weekends talking to Chloe on Twitter than having you come over, so it'll be like old times. And I know that you don't give a fuck, 'cause you're knee-deep in your iPhone. So it might be like that, like their parent ignored them, neglected them pretty heavily. They might have been like the forgotten child, because the forgotten child is never forgotten when it comes to punishment. They're only forgotten when it comes to praise. So they could have been like the forgotten child. They could have been really abused. I feel like this is someone who really likes, it's not that they like to be alone, but in fact, I feel like they are quite social. I feel like they get along with other people pretty well, but I feel like there's something here where they're very weary. They're very cautious about other people. And so it's like they take like baby steps towards them. And then what was the second song that I was channeling? It was, I think, Redo by Modern Baseball. I want a complete redo. I want to change my name. Yeah, the song Redo by Modern Baseball is all about, like, you know, a second chance at life, like redoing your whole life over again. Or at least wanting, wishing, yearning to it. And I think that this is what this person kind of fantasizes about, is like they fantasize about like having had a different upbringing or different parents, or, you know, or maybe even understanding what they were going through when they were going through. Like, I think that they wish they would have had the knowledge that they have now to give to their younger self. And so instead, they're only like the way that they see it as like a coping mechanism. I don't even think it's a coping mechanism. I actually feel like it's closure for them. They want to treat their children right as like closure for the ways that they weren't treated right. This person is like so sweet. They're just so traumatized. Oh, my poor little mouse. All right, let's get one more clarifier. Knight of Wands, Knight of Swords. Oh, that came right out. Queen of Swords. Okay, yeah. They're really worried. They don't want to come forward because they're scared you're going to be cold, that you're going to be distant. This person feels avoidant. Mouse energy is usually avoidant because it's a prey animal. This person might feel like they're prey. Yeah. They might feel like they're vulnerable in some way or exposed when it comes to you. Maybe they feel like their mother figure wouldn't approve of you, but I actually feel like they kind of find that hot, if that's the case. I actually feel like they kind of like that. But yeah, I think they're kind of worried that you might become like cold or distant with them, or that they're worried that you're not as emotional as they are and that you'll judge them for it. They might also be worried about, like, again, it's like criticism keeps coming up over and over and over and over and over again, where it's like they are very, very scared to be criticized or rejected in any way. I feel like while this person has thick skin does nothing against like a butcher knife, you know? And that's kind of what this person feels like. Every little criticism is kind of that butcher knife energy coming out on them, even if it is just a little pinprick to you, you know? It's just that this person has been through so much. They've been through so much. And they're like, they like plaster on a fake smile and they get through it. But they really do fantasize about having like I heard a better life with you. Like a better life than they had. I'm gonna cry. That's so sweet. What the heck? What the heck? What the hey? Oh, hi. How you doing? Wait, I wanted to look at this one more time. I do get the sense that this person might like you barefoot. They might have like a foot fetish. They might like you in a corset. They might want to have like a pet with you. I picked up on that earlier. Yeah, we've got more pets here. Yeah. They like the hourglass body shape. And who doesn't, shit? They might also like, oh, what is it? The inverted triangle body type. If you're a masculine, I am getting the sense like this person really likes your upper arms, your biceps. Maybe they think you'd look good in a collar, because I've got a couple cards here with collars on them. Yeah, if you're a masculine, this person really thinks about like your arms, maybe like your chest, your neck area, like your collarbones. They think about maybe they like to play with your hair, maybe you have longer hair. Yeah. And we have updos again. Yeah, like maybe you have long hair as a masculine. You put your hair up a lot. You might like a man bun, you know, things like that. Okay, well, I want to go ahead and pull a couple songs. Oh, I have the Queen of Cups on the back of the deck. Oh my god, I feel like whenever you come towards this person with any amount of like optimism, they just become like all hard eyes towards you. They're like like shine like diamonds in your eyes. It's actually super sweet. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and grab a song. Where am I? Okay, here it is. I've been making a lot of really weird noises during this reading. Maybe this person like stims a lot, you know? Let's get one or two songs. Just one or two. I have a couple songs for this reading. Oh no. We have Save Your Breath by Night Begins, Partying, and Celebration. We did talk about a celebration. They might want to come towards you. They might want to celebrate some kind of victory or W with you. Ugh, that light is too much for my eyes right now. So Save Your Breath by Night Begins featuring Amson. In the back it says, mini skirt on my body in glitter. Oh, mini skirt on, my body in glitter, platforms on. Mini skirt on my body. And then it goes, I'm not going home with ya. I make rich look richer. I feel like this person really does want a lot of, they fantasize about like, I'm hearing, what is it? Practical success. This person wants practical success. Like they don't want like a yacht, but they might want like a big house, you know? Like there's some amount of like practicality that they want. They're celebrating something, maybe like a promotion. And then on the back, we have California Dreaming by the Mamas and Papas, which is longing or yearning. And it says, I'd be safe and warm if I was in LA. He knows I'm going to stay. California Dreaming on such a winter's day. Winter's been brought up. Was brought up a lot in pile number 1. So there might be messages there for you too. And the Mamas and Papas. It's so weird that the parental figure, this is the only card in this entire deck that has like mom or dad in it. So it's really weird. Like this person has some toxic fucking family members. And I think that they kind of daydream about the day that they can either get away from them, or that they can stand up to them, or that their partner stands up to them for them. They like fantasize about like just being treated like a person in their home, being cared for by their family. Like it's actually so sad. This person needs to cry. They need like a shoulder to cry on. Seriously. Oh, that's so sad. Okay, well, I'm going to grab a couple more from here. What else does this person fantasize about? And then we'll grab some charms, because we're almost at the end of this reading. We have karma. Yeah, and we have children. Okay, this is going to be a message for some. I think it's going to be for all of you guys. I almost want to, like, whisper. This feels like a secret of theirs, by the way. This person does not want their family to meet their children or to have contact with their children. Like, quite literally, I think this kind of reminds me of my older sister. Not in a bad way at all. I love my older sister. She's amazing. But a big thing that my older sister did is she took, like, a lot of precautions. She's a very wary person. She's a very, like, cautious person. Totally okay. We had a really rough upbringing. And, you know, she gave birth to my nephew. I think his birthday was a couple days ago, like a year ago in a couple days and some change. And I didn't meet him for like the first 6 months. In fact, my own dad didn't meet him for like at least 10 months, dude. Maybe 8. I could be wrong. I'm bad at timing. But like, it wasn't because we didn't want to, or because we're like, we don't love her and want to support her and want to help her. It was more or less just like, she needed the time. She needed the time to be with her baby. She was already very iffy about coming around family. She didn't come to any of our family reunions like the past 5 years. Again, no judgment, no shame. We had a really rough upbringing. I totally understand why, you know, she took that time and space, and she needed it, and she deserved it, and she is better mentally for it. And I'm so proud of her for having the gall to stand up and tell the family, like, no, I'm not going. I will not be there. And now she is to a point where, like, you know, she has kind of repaired some of her familial bonds with the people that she wants to be family with. And she shows up for them because that's the type of person that she is. She's reliable, she's trustworthy, she's loyal, and she's loving, and she's an amazing mother. And I kind of feel like that's this person's karma. This is like the revenge that they plan to get on like their own family. Is it's like, I will have the most loved children and you will never fucking meet them. And you know, like I've talked about before, I had like a narc mom, right? Obviously, me and my sister share the same mom. So, unfortunately, like, we both had to deal with her, and we both took very separate routes in how we dealt with her. But, like, my sister is not going to let my nephew meet his grandmother because his grandmother is a monster of a human being. And that's completely respectable, completely reasonable for my sister to hold that boundary. She's basically saying, like, you will not hurt my child the way you hurt me. That was something that I said. It was either in this read or in pile number 1, where it's like there's this energy of like, you can't hurt me the way that I need to be hurt so I can feel loved. And my sister has kind of taken that concept and flipped it around, where it's like, you do not get to hurt me. You don't get to hurt my child the way that you hurt me because I love my child. It's so funny. It reminds me of that one meme where it's like, it ran through every generation until it ran into me. And it shows like a grandmother yelling at her daughter, who is yelling at her daughter, and then that daughter like stops yelling. And the child, the like grandchild, the great grandchild is like super happy because they have not been yelled at. They haven't had that, you know, generational trauma passed down to them because their parents stopped it. And that might be another thing. There might be some like really abusive family members here that their parents should have stopped, or someone should have stepped in and helped and saved them or said something. It actually like makes me so angry for this person. I like want to scream. and there's so much like sadness involved in it, but there's so much more anger. Like this person deserves justice for what happened to them, and their version of justice is having children that will never be hurt the way that they were hurt. Okay? They deserve that. My goodness, I'm rambling. Okay, let's get... I want to get some emotions for this person. Yeah, I did that for pile number 1. I'm going to do it for this pile too. Oh, well, you don't belong in there. You can't change anyone else, just yourself. Maybe that's something that this person had to come to a conclusion with their family. Maybe they tried to make things work with their family, but they had to come to the conclusion of like, you can't change anybody but yourself. I can't change my narcissistic mom. And because I can't change her, I just stay away from her. Because I know involving with her will only hurt me. Because she's not going to change. And I'm not going to change her. Yeah. This person's taking a lot of time to themselves. But I think they distract themselves using that time. But they're doing it to like build themselves. So we have positivity being highlighted on the back. This person needs to focus on positive thinking. I do think that they have a very critical, they have a judge. They have a judge living in the back of their fucking head. And they need to shut the courthouse down. They need to shut that courthouse down. And then we have effort coming in. They've put like, I feel like this person's like in school, or they've been on some kind of like quest here for like greener pastures, and I think that they put in a lot of effort and work, and they found that. On the back of the deck, we have new friends. This person could be a new friend of yours. This person might be hanging around new people. Maybe their like friend groups aren't very stable, or they like struggle to keep friendships. Oh, we have the present moment on the back as well. So it could be like this person only has friends for like the present moment. Like if you see them around with people, it's never like the same group, or, you know, they're only around each other because, they could be partiers. This person could, like when they get too overwhelmed emotionally, I did say that I was like, they could smoke themselves out of their head, or they could drink a lot. This person might have a lot of like friends or like new friends that they like met while out and about. And they are letting you know not to worry about them. There's not a lot of interest. We also have compassion on the back of the deck. I know it's hard to see. Compassion on the back of the deck there. They are putting a lot of effort in. This person might have like a pretty active nightlife though. Let's go ahead and get some charms. And then I think I will leave this reading here, because I'm like, this is like an hour-long reading, guys. Your person had like, a lot that they wanted to get off their chest, but I think that they need to know why they're feeling what they're feeling. Okay, well, I didn't get many charms here, which is okay. I didn't get many initials either. I didn't get any initials. Oh my goodness. I don't think I've ever done one with no initials. I don't feel comfortable with that. Keep my ring on. Ouch. Okay, there we go. Got a couple of initials. Okay, let me just organize this for you guys. The nails make it a little bit hard. I'm sorry. Turn this. Okay. Yeah, I feel like this person might have like a lot of like shallow friendships or associates is what I'm hearing. They might have a lot of associates, but not friends. I feel like they're very good at being social though. I feel like a lot of people like them. They just don't open up to anybody. Okay. For your fortune, we only got one. It says a tantalizing new prospect will come your way. We have blue eyes being highlighted. I did note that earlier. I was like, someone here might have blue eyes. I have some kind of tea. They want to like spill some tea or tell you some gossip. They might be like about to reveal or confess. Because this looks exactly like the teapot on one of my cards. That it's my Verge card. Yeah, they might do this through the phone. I feel like this person might drunk call you or drunk text you. Or maybe that's the only way that they can like get courage to tell you about how they're feeling. Maybe they'll like get drunk and tell you like they want a family with you. I am so sorry, guys. Oh, no, my goodness. I forgot to do your messages. I jumped right into the charms. I feel like a dick. Oh my goodness. Yeah, let me get some messages for you. They're trying to hide. Oh, they're trying to rush me. I don't like that. Okay. Yeah, what would this person... Oh, what would they say? Do you think about me too? Because I feel like they kind of feel guilty for fantasizing about you. Or at least fantasizing about you in this way. Even if you're okay with it. Even if you guys have like been together for a while. They wonder if you think about them too. Because I think it's in the same way. It's not do you think about them. It's do you think about them as critically as they think about themselves? And I don't think you do. But I think that's a big part of what they think. Is like they think everyone else is criticizing them in the same way they're criticizing themselves. So that judge in the back of their head almost like lives in an echo chamber that like covers their whole head. That's so scary. Can I get just a couple more, please, Spirit? Oh, Spirit's so funny. It says definitely coming out. Let's get a few more. I lie awake thinking about our future. Yeah. I feel like it's, and I've said that, it's like right when they wake up or right before they go to sleep because they do not have any other time to think about you. Like, and it's not because they don't want to. It's because this person is busy with a capital B, bolded, italicized, and underlined. This person is busy. Okay? I've been yapping a lot. I need a little smoke break. Okay, let's keep going. I think we should see other people. That's that self-sabotage kind of coming out. But not even that. I'm getting the sense that they're, and that's kind of the logical portion of it, right? While these are like their deeper fantasies, I don't know if they're actually ready for that. Because like I said, they're kind of like in this party goer phase with a lot of associates. So I feel like they're mixing and mingling right now. So it's not exactly that they like want to see other people. It's more or less that like they're kind of, when I hear getting around town, ew. Ew, I don't think that this person, maybe they are pretty like physical, you know? Oh, okay, yeah, I guess they are. I guess maybe this person's sleeping with other people. I don't know, that might be hurtful for some of y'all, but yeah, they might be seeing other people, but I don't feel like this is serious. I don't feel like this feels really shallow, actually. This almost feels like another coping mechanism. This might go in line with the partying. Maybe like someone that they like get drinks with and hook up with, you know, every now and again. It feels gross. It doesn't feel good. That person, the secondary in this energy is not, it doesn't feel, it's not that it's not real. It's like it's placating. It's like this person, they keep maybe like a friends with benefits around so that they're like placated. Yeah, okay, let's get a couple more. That's confusing. Do you even see me that way? Do you even see me that way? Yeah, they don't know. They don't know if you like them. I don't think this is your fault. I feel like you could directly tell this, but you could grab their shoulders and be like, I like you. And they would, in their mind, probably find a way to like refute it, to logic themselves out of it. And I don't think it has to do with like low self-esteem. I just don't think this person believes in love at all. I don't think this person believes in love. And I think while they desperately want it, while they do want those things, I don't think they believe in it. Maybe that's the karma that they give to their parents. Yeah, because like a big thing about narcissist parents is that like the way that narcissists view their children is as a direct extension of themselves. So everything that child does feels like it impacts the narcissist's self-image, right? I said this in pile 1 too, but it's a different example. In pile number 1, we had, I brought up The Good Place. And in The Good Place, there is, I don't remember her name. It's Kamala is the older sister. I don't remember. Tamale? No. Anyways, it's like the tall British girl, with gorgeous hair. She does like a flashback to talking with her parents, right? And there's like this chronic competition between her and her sister, for who's like gonna get the parents' affection. So that's that classic like scapegoat golden child. And her older sister was the golden child. In fact, the globe, like she was like globally known as like a pop star and a genius and a revolutionary. Like she made it into like the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame as like the youngest woman ever. So like the older sister was like the golden child her whole life, while the younger sister was constantly getting like criticism, insults, punishments. And she flashes back to this time where she's doing a charity auction and she made like $2 million or something crazy like that, like an asinine amount of money. And her parents are like, this auction, like the auction that you threw, is not doing well as we thought it would. How is this going to reflect on us? And then they say to her, you know what you have to do. And she has to call her older sister to come be part of this like charity auction. Because again, this sister is like globally famous. And the sister comes in and like steals over the whole show. And the parents are like, thank you to the older sister who saved this failing piece of shit show that your shit younger sister put up. Like it was such a perfect example. And I feel like this person, maybe that's their karma, is that like they'll never have children because of their parents, because they don't want to repeat that cycle. I don't really get that. That might be for some, not all. Okay, so take it as it resonates. But I do think that their karma, or their vengeance, because it doesn't really feel like karma, it does feel like it's rooted in wanting revenge or wanting some kind of avenge. Maybe they like want to avenge themselves through their child. But the way that like narcissists see themselves is like as, if I want you on the back of the deck, the way that like narcissists see their children is as a direct extension of themselves. So if that child is failing, that means they're failing. And narcissists can't fail. They can't handle that kind of reality, so they will punish the child. If I am absolutely in love with you, I don't think that they have that consciousness yet, though. Wait, yeah, exactly. I don't think they have that consciousness yet. Oh, that's funny. Okay, let's get one more. And then we'll do the rest of the charms, because I didn't mean to jump ship like that. Did I say that earlier in this reading, where it's like this person might want to like, they feel like they'd have to like jump ship to come towards you or something like that? I'm ready. They're saying that they're ready for you, but I don't know. Wait, I'm ready? Maybe they do know. Okay, that might have been a direct response to what I said, where I'm like, it doesn't feel like they know that they're in love with you. Again, for some, not all. I think they do know that they're in love with you, and they're saying like, I'm ready. I am ready. Ready to have kids, ready to move forward, ready to have a relationship. I feel like that's more for people who are actively in a relationship with this person right now. For those of you who are not in a relationship with this person right now, they're maybe going like, please wait until I'm ready, or until I can like, get back to you. On the back of the deck, we have, do you even care? Do you even care? They don't know. And there's so much about care here, because we have, do you think about me? Do you see me? Do you care about me? Like, these are all things that a child would ask their parent. And honestly, this is going to be a tiny little tangent. Oh God, I gotta stop. This reading's running on so long. A tiny little tangent here. Something that I feel a lot with like my religion is that sometimes I'll be praying and I'm like, God, I feel like you don't hear me. You don't listen to me. Like, I feel like you are neglectful, like my narcissist mom. Like it really hurts my feelings. And that has been something that I've been yeah, they're fantasizing. Maybe they, and that's coming out with there is someone else. Maybe this is going to sound really weird. They might do it with other people and like fantasize about you during that. Weird. Not weird, but like weird that I caught it like that. Yeah, we have think before you act, but it came up in reverse. This person would, yeah. It literally says, yeah. This person would have to act recklessly in order to come towards you. because they have to go against all of their own instincts, all of their own coping mechanisms, all their own defense mechanisms, like, but they want to, yeah, because they feel the same way about you. They want to come towards you, but they're very scared. They're very scared that you might say something that's going to really hurt them. They're very scared that you might someday just, like, turn cold on them. Maybe that's what happened. I mean, I was in a relationship like that once where, like, they just had, like, a complete personality switch out of nowhere. And that scared the crap out of me. It really, like, really scared me for a while, because I didn't know people could do that. I had never met someone, because it's not exactly like Jekyll and Hyde. It was just more or less like the mask dropped, you know? And maybe that's what they're scared of. Maybe they're scared that, like, the narcissist mask is going to drop, and they're scared that they attracted someone like their narcissist parent. A lot of it feels so centered on, like, child wounds. This person needs to get in touch with their inner child. Okay, all right. Now that I'm done yapping, maybe even with religion, they might have some religious trauma as well, or maybe their family used religion as, like, a punishment. Actually, I just read this post earlier. One of my good friends from, like, many years ago, she posted about how she's so very thankful that she has, like, Christian friends who are just nice and kind and loving towards her. Like, she has a healthy community because she grew up in a family where, like, Bible verses were thrown at her aggressively as, like, an insult or to punish her. And so to have that exact opposite experience of having, like, a loving, supporting community who's using the exact same Bible verses, but this time to support you, it healed a lot of those child wounds for her. I just read that today. That's so funny. Liz, thank you for posting that. I think she follows me on here, which would be super cool if this was her read, but... Okay, we do have some initials. We have J to start. So Jordan, I heard Jericho. Jordan, Jericho, Jackson, Jason, John, Jim, Jimmy, Jeanette, Jalen, Jasper, Jane. The next one is R, Robert, Ron, Ronnie, Renee, Rebecca, Rick, Richard. And then we have U. Okay, I don't know many U names. Uma, I know Uma Thurman. Uma, Ulysses. That's a really old name, though. I don't know. I don't know any other U names. It's not very common. I just heard this person's waiting for the rug to be pulled out from under them about you. That might, yeah, that they're, like, waiting for the mask to drop. They're, like, waiting for the next shoe to fall. This person catastrophizes a lot. Like, a lot. Like, in their mind. They, like, fantasize something so nice, and then that judge comes in with, like, a storm cloud and just shits all over their fantasy. It's, like, so sad, actually. I don't know if I read this already. A tantalizing new prospect will come your way. Again, we had the teapot, so a little bit of tea there. We have a cell phone, so maybe someone will be contacting you. Oh, drunk calling you. That's what I said. Yeah, this person might drunk call you and tell you. Like, they might just confess to you really drunk. Someone here might have blue eyes. For my mini tarot, this person's deep in thought. And I think actually quite regretful. They're thinking a lot about the past. A lot about the past here with my Five of Cups. We have my Ace of Wands. This is misery in the environment. So they might be surrounded by, like, and it doesn't actually feel like straight misery. I know I was going to burp a lot during this reading. Maybe they have, like, IBS or some kind of digestive issue. Or they need to, like, work on their diet. I heard maybe they get the bear burps. That's so weird. Maybe this person really... Maybe they think they're weird. Maybe they think they're too weird for you, or maybe that's something that, like, their parents had told them is, like, they're weird, and they were, like, meant to feel shame about that. But I actually feel like you like that this person is weird. We have open your eyes, better days ahead, and choose happy. This person needs to be more positive, genuinely. Like, it actually is, it's like, even if their abuser dies, their abuser is going to live in their head forever. And they need to find a way, they need to find a drawer to shove that person into, if I'm being completely honest with you. And then we have my Ten of Wands. So this person is trying to like let go of some serious burdens around their environment before they can come towards you. But I do feel like they're going to come towards you with like an offer. Okay, well that's what I'm seeing for you guys today. Thank you so much for joining me. If you'd like to book a private reading with me, you can find my Etsy link down below in the right above the timestamps in the description. I also have like other spiritual products like altar boards, the potpourri that you can see behind me. And I'll be adding some other things later this month. So make sure to keep an eye out. Make sure to like, comment, subscribe. Let me know how this resonated for you. And I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. Hi, pile number 3. Thank you so much for joining me today. If you picked this card, then you were at your pile. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and get an angel number for you guys. Okay, they went flying. We have Virgo being highlighted here. We have the moon being highlighted as well. I'm not a big fan of Virgo moons, I'm going to be honest. My best friend's a Virgo moon. We have your angel number is going to be 136. 136. You can go into your browser, type in 136 angel number meaning, and that'll be your message from Spirit. Please feel free to share that down in the comments below. I would love to hear it. But let's go ahead and narrow down who this person is. Just to make sure that you have the right pile, that you have the right person, and we will move on from there into what their fantasy is. That came out super, super quickly. We have the fox coming out. You might actually already be in a relationship with this person. The fox is a committed partner. Yeah, like that's its actual definition. It's like the ideal, perfect partner. With it being upright, now this is an earth sign, so it's going to be Capricorn, Taurus, or Virgo being brought up a second time. Ooh. Interesting. Interesting. This person's energy feels really like considerate, caring, almost like there's like a disbelief to how sweet they are, to the fact that like they just, I feel like this person takes care of a lot of people in their life. This is the person that people go to when they need help. Let's get a little bit more information about this fox, my pile number 3's fox, and their fantasies. Recovery. Yeah, maybe they help other people in recovery. I'm seeing black hair, brunette hair. They might like that on you. There's a key here. They might think that they... I'm gonna get one more. I feel like this person helps a lot of people. They might be like a therapist or something, or work in therapy, or... they could also, you know, be recovering from something. This could be like an illness, an injury, an addiction, maybe even like giving birth, given that it's like the perfect parent, perfect partner, perfect spouse, perfect parent. Trickery in reverse. There's something really, really honest about this person, and I was very much picking up on that. Like this person feels bluntly honest, but not in like a cruel way where they're like doing it to be mean. It feels like they're just like, that's just how they communicate. It's kind of like how a lot of people with autism will like communicate very monotone. It's kind of like that. But there's something, despite the fact that this is a very honest, very blunt, very straightforward person, there's something like hidden here. Hidden behind a door. It's like behind closed doors. This kind of reminds me, funny enough, this kind of reminds me of Roger Rabbit. Roger Rabbit and his wife, where she's asked, she's like, what do you see in that guy? And she's like, he makes me laugh. And it's that kind of energy where it's like, you know, they might not look like the perfect person, or they might not be the perfect person on paper, but like behind closed doors, this is a really solid person to be with. I think that they fantasize about recovering something, maybe something that they've lost even. Ow, oh, that hurt my tooth. maybe they grind their teeth in their sleep, or like they grind their teeth when they think about the fact that they lost this thing. It might be to like they might feel like they lost some kind of opportunity. This could be with you. They might be fantasizing about you as the perfect person to have a relationship with. There's some kind of recovery going on here. Okay, let's get some more information. I want to get some themes for this person. Okay. All right, we'll take 3. I wasn't going to take 3, but oh, okay. All right. Wow, I'm not taking that many. Prosperity and family on the back. There is something incredibly prosperous about this person. I'm going to be honest. Like they have such a nice energy. Yeah, they're very commitment oriented. Again, I feel like if you're not already in a relationship with this person, you will be soon. This could also be like a past partner that you were committed to, that you still think of, that maybe it's just like, you know, things didn't work out for the reasons that they didn't work out, but nothing like bad actually happened. There is something very solid about this person. Very solid about this person. We have good luck coming out. And we have strength coming out. So they might fantasize a bit about, I think they fantasize about like being the underdog and coming out on top. Not even in like a toxic way. I think that this is more of like an American dream type of way, you know, like they, like someone, because I'm hearing passion pit, take a walk, where he's like, I only, you know, like, he says how he like came to America and he like sold roses or flowers until he could afford to like bring his wife here. And that's dedication, that's commitment, you know, that's like really, this person feels very loyal. But I actually kind of feel like their loyalty isn't to a person or to a structure. It's kind of like to their own moral code. This person attracts a lot of good luck. I would not be surprised if this person is very well off financially. Because if they're not, I feel like that is coming in for them very soon. Maybe that is what it is. Maybe they like lost out on some kind of inheritance or something. I don't see anything in these cards that would indicate this, but I am so heavily being called to say like this person should be expecting a big windfall. Or maybe you are. Maybe my viewer is expecting like a big financial windfall. And Spirit is asking you to share some of that with them. Maybe they might be in need of that. There's a little bit about ego here. There's a lot about cats here. A lot about cats here, actually. This person might own cats or birds. You guys might play, that's weird. I'm getting so many weird messages for this reading already. Oh my god. It's so funny. It's like 2 tin cans with a string connected. Like, that's kind of how this person views your guys' minds. It's so funny. This person thinks you guys are very, very alike. I don't think they'd admit that, though. They do see you as a very compatible partner. Okay. This is the easiest read so far, so watch it get incredibly complicated in a second. Let's go ahead and pull some more information to get a deeper look at what's going on with this person and what they fantasize about. I think this person fantasizes about being strong, about things working out for them, about having a good relationship. Focused on you, eyes for you. Yeah, they don't consider anybody else as like their right partner. This person, again, they might be in recovery from something. So they seem to be kind of looking at you, wanting some kind of support. Or they might fantasize about like their wife or husband taking care of them when they're sick, or being there for them when they're down. Yeah, being like their strength. They want someone to be like their strength. Interesting. I do feel like this person is kind of buff. Maybe not buff, maybe just like fit, like moderately fit. There's something here about like their body is really important. We have talk, interview, get on the same page. They do want to talk to you. Something that they've been in denial about. Interesting. Okay, so the actual 2 that fell out. Yeah, about to reveal and confess. And then behind that we have Archangel Michael in reverse. Okay. All right. And then we have receipts in reverse, which is show me and proof. This person is very focused on you. They fantasize about you quite heavily. They fantasize about like having a relationship with you, being strong for you, bringing you good luck. I feel like this person wants to be your good luck charm. This actually kind of reminds me of this client that I had. They had jokingly said to me like, "Oh, I wish I could just like shrink you down and put you in my pocket and take you with me everywhere I go." That's kind of what this person sees you as. Not in like a mean or like dehumanizing way. It's just that like they feel like you're a good luck charm to them. They feel like they attract a lot more good luck when you're around. We have the Verge, about to reveal and confess, especially with this Archangel Michael in reverse. They're going to come forward and tell you some details about this recovery that might not be so savory. And I think they're fantasizing, not even so much as fantasizing, but like rehearsing how and what they're going to say in regards to this situation, because they don't, maybe you don't have proof of something. Maybe they know that you don't know something that they're involved in here. Maybe someone else had tricked them, some kind of deceit here that they have figured out, like since have figured out and moved forward and is now in recovery from. I feel like this person's religious. I feel like there's no way that they're not religious. They feel very vulnerable right now. They feel like they're, because it's not vulnerable in the way where like they're going to be exposed. It's kind of vulnerable in the way where it's like what they have to say to you doesn't make them look good. It does not make them look good. And they're trying to find a way where they can say it to you and you still accept them, but it really does not look good. It doesn't look like anything illegal. It just doesn't. This could be something as simple as like, yeah, you know, like oh my God, this reminds me. When I was in high school, it was this guy that I was like hanging out with all the time. One of his friends. This is such an embarrassing story. It's not my story. That doesn't make it any less embarrassing. This guy's friend had like jerked off so hard that he like broke. It was like he broke his hand, or like he ended up like scabs on his dick from it. Like he like rubbed himself too hard. This person might like get off to you or to your pictures or to like the idea of being committed with you, to being there for you. Like, I feel like you give this person so much motivation, so much light, so much light. Yeah, and we see that actually. We do see that. When you look in this card, you can see her hands manipulating this light that's like bringing this key, materializing this key. They might feel like they lost you. And that's what makes them grind their teeth. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, again, it's like they want to share something really unsavory and kind of embarrassing with you. And they're trying to like think of a way that they can make it sound less unappealing. But I think they're kind of having a hard time with that. Because they don't want to lie to you. They don't want to trick you. They don't want to deceive you. They do want to be upfront and honest and straightforward with you about like something that's been on their mind, maybe this commitment energy. But I also feel like they are very worried we're not going to take them at their word. And even more than that, they are very, very worried that it's not scared. It's just like they would deal with it if you did react badly. But it would not be ideal for them. But they're like, I don't want to put all this weight. And that's the strength card. They're like, I don't want to put these burdens on you, but like you deserve to know. This could be like you've been seeing this person and they seem like the perfect person for you. But like in reality, they've kind of got like a sex addiction or financial issues or maybe a drug addiction, or there's something real unsavory going on behind the scenes. They kind of hope they are strong enough. They fantasize that you're strong enough to deal with it and to help them like transform. But I do feel like they worry and they kind of fantasize about a reality where like they have to be strong for themselves, and I feel like accept some kind of rejection from you, although I don't really see you rejecting them for it. Let's go ahead. Let's get some more. Let's get some more. I'm like really hot. This person might be in like somewhere that's really hot. Oh no, they think you're hot because look, glow up just fell out. They think you're really attractive. This person has been like, oh yeah, we have fuego behind that with chemistry. But we have last straw in reverse. So they might be worried that if they tell you this, it's like you'll leave them. Yeah. That would make sense, especially if it's something like a physical, like a porn addiction, or if it's like a drug addiction. Like, you would be completely in the right to walk away from this person. And I think that they know that, and they don't like deny. They don't want to deny that to you. I got really cold shoulders for a second there. They feel like you're gonna give them the cold shoulder, but they want to be honest with you regardless. We have SOS. We have distress, and we have sorry, not sorry directly behind that. With recovery and that ambulance being there, again, they might have been like hospitalized for something, an injury, an illness, an addiction. And they're kind of, I feel like they're kind of in the process of being like, yeah, I went through it, but I don't feel bad. Like, this person appreciates a lot. I think that's what it is. Like, this person has a genuine, like, center of gratitude, actually. And so I feel like even if there was, like, an addiction or some kind of injury or illness that, you know, was their responsibility to take care of, responsibility to take accountability for. I feel like they're kind of not. They're kind of like blaming it on other people. They're like finger pointing. But I don't think that helps them get out of this situation. I think they'll realize that with time. Maybe they feel like you left. Like when you needed them, they were not there for you. And I think that's something that they fantasize about, is maybe redoing that. Maybe being there for you when you need them. We have glow up again. Like, this person fantasizes a lot about your face, maybe your lips, your cheeks, your eyelashes. They might really like your like eyebrows, the way that you do your makeup. They like the glow. They do really like the glow of your skin. They might like to see you in like a 2-piece bathing suit, or maybe you saw this person last over the summer. But there's something here about like a hospital room. And with last straw here, they think you're juicy, baby. They feel like this chemistry is like too intense, though. Kind of drives them wild, but like in a good way. Okay, no, it's fine. Just strip me on camera. Jeez. We have sleeping princess. I feel like this is gonna sound so weird. This person might want to like watch you sleep, not like in a sexual way. I feel like this person like fantasizes, maybe they fantasize about getting more sleep. This person could be really tired. But they could also fantasize about like waking up next to you, you know, going to bed with you, you know, seeing you sleep and be like comfortable around them, you know? They want you to like be able to rest your head on them or lean on them in some way. They want you to be able to rest. We have bossing up behind that. And graduation day, leveling up. So I feel like they fantasize about the fact that like, and we have laid up in reverse. So they fantasize about the fact that like, you're doing really good for yourself. And I don't think you need to prove that to them, actually. And that might be kind of some of the shame that's going on here. They might, again, I mentioned financial problems. We have repo on the back of the deck. They might be having some financial issues. They might not have a car. Default on payments, financially incapable, repossessed assets. So they might have lost a lot recently. This could even be in like a divorce. Maybe like they were the perfect partner to like a narcissist or something in the past, and the narcissist like took everything from them and they're still recovering from that. This can go, because it's a general reading and it's for so many people, this can go a lot of different ways. So I'm just trying to cover all my bases here. Take what resonates, please leave what doesn't. We have vibes, sensing something. Yeah, maybe you had a dream about this person, or you had a dream about something that happened with this person. I would listen to that. I would listen to your intuition when it comes to this person. Something here about money kind of makes them feel ashamed, and they kind of fantasize about like getting back on top. Didn't I say that earlier? Where it's like this person wants to be like the underdog that becomes number one, right? The underdog that becomes top dog. They need your attention though. This person is thirsty. They want your attention badly, to a point where they might actually act out to get it. I feel like it's less act out and more like impulsively act towards you. To tell you this, I feel like because we have verge and we have focused, I feel like this person, it's like a tea kettle boiling in their head. It really is like a tea kettle, just blowing off steam. That might be another thing. Maybe this person like needs to blow off steam. somewhere, or they blow off steam some way, or maybe through doing something. This could be like, you know, like they, ouch, my ring just really, really cut my finger, ouch. This could be something like, I was gonna say boxing, and they like break their knuckles doing it, so it's like, you know, that's why they ended up in the hospital. Something about grabbing. They want to grab you. I know that sounds so funny, but it's not like they just like want to grab you. It's like they want to like feel, not like grope. Maybe it is. It might be grope, actually. They might want to grope the out of you. Like just feel you up. I heard feel you up, size you down. What does that mean? What does that mean? Maybe they're trying to like figure out where you're at or how you're going to react. Okay, let's get into the tarot, and then we'll get some messages. So let's see, what else is pile number 3's person fantasizing about, other than being very bluntly honest here for some reason about some kind of recovery? We have my 9 of Pentacles. Okay, they fantasize about harmony. They fantasize about like financial success and harmony. They might like you in the color green. Oh yeah, they like you in the color green, baby. And they like it. They like when you have money. That's so weird. They like money? I don't think it's that. I think they like, maybe they like want a trophy wife or something. There's something here about money. Something here about materialism that's being highlighted. I'm not really sure what it is, but they definitely, I don't know how it fits into this picture. Maybe they fantasize about like providing for you or being provided for, depending on, you know, where you're coming from. This person, I feel like they see you everywhere. Whether it's like your name or something that reminds them of you, or like maybe like a song that follows them or something. They see you everywhere. They can't stop seeing you. And I think it kind of drives them a little buck wild, babe. So yeah, we have my 9 of Pentacles. It's all about like harmony. They fantasize about like having a good time with you. We have my 5 of Coins upright. So they recognize like there's some kind of misfortune that they've been through that kind of prevents this. But I think in their mind, they fantasize about like being honest with you about this misfortune and you still loving them. Because when I look at this card, it's like actually crazy. We see these 2 centerpieces, right? I want you to get a good look at their faces. Green dress, blue suit. Exact same couple, but now she's on his lap having fun. Ooh, they might want you on their lap. Yeah, see how he's like gripping her? Because it didn't feel like it was like violent or like unconsensual. It just felt like they were kind of shy. They want to like grab you. They want to like grab you. Maybe they want to lead you somewhere. This person likes you in green. I feel like if you have like ankle high or like higher booties, they might really like those on you. If you are a masculine, this person really likes you in brown and blue. They like a big mustache. They like brunette. If you are the feminine, they like you in green. They like the updo. They fantasize about it. I feel like this person fantasizes about like dressing you up and taking you out. Because there's a very like strong trophy wife or trophy husband energy to this person. Where it's like they want a partner that they can show off. Then we have my Knight of Wands here. They're coming in quickly. They have something to say to you very quickly. A little bit reckless. I don't think it's immature though. I think it's thought out. But it feels like they're just pulling the trigger on something that they've been planning to do. It feels like they're pulling the trigger on shooting their shot. Ooh, we have my Death card in reverse. This person wants to be with you. Like, death do us part, baby. They might, this is going to sound really fucked up. They might fantasize about them, like, dying before you or dying before their partner because they don't want to live without them. On the other hand, this person could also be a little bit toxic. They might be like, if you leave me, I'll kill myself. And the only suggestion that I have to that is, like, call in a police order, dude. Have that person restrained and placed on an involuntary hold. All right, because if you're going to threaten to kill yourself so you can manipulate me, you're going to talk to a therapist about this. Not me, a therapist. So again, like, just toxic energies exist. I got to cover those too, guys. I feel like this person fantasizes about, like, a long life with you, though. They fantasize about, like, you know, like, being together. And maybe that's something that they worry or they wonder about is, like, well, will this person care for me in times of need? Like, it kind of rounds back to what I was picking up originally, where it's like this person kind of wants, like, someone to take care of them when they're sick. They want someone that they can rely on. Someone who's, like, as strong as them. They feel like things aren't over between you two. Yeah, we have... Is this my judgment or is this the sun? 19, that's... Judgment? Yeah, no. Yes, okay. So, sorry, it's my judgment card in reverse. Yeah, they may fantasize about, not really fantasizing. It's more like they kind of remember, or they remember that they made a bad call here that might have ended things between you two, or they might have pushed you away when they were struggling, and they think about that a lot with a lot of regret and remorse. They wish that they hadn't done that. 10 of Pentacles in reverse, yeah, because they feel like they lost all their opportunities. And once again, blue and green coming up. Oh my goodness, if this person is with another person, if you won't have them, they will literally find someone who reminds them of you. And they will try to pretend that that person is you. And that's sick. That is, like, actually sick. Because look at this woman. Look at her. He's tying a green scarf around her pink dress. And he's put a green hat on her. He's trying to cover up who she is. So it does kind of feel like if they can't have you, they will have another version of you. Or it could also be like, you know, they're trying to get underneath. I'm not saying that, Spirit. That's disgusting. This pile is kind of gross, guys. This person fantasizes about, like, undressing you. Maybe, again, dressing you up, maybe. Dressing you up and then dressing you down. They might fantasize about, like, it's your hair, like pulling your hair back. Something about the back as well is really important here. They fantasize about being seen as, like, very victorious or strong, though. There are some red flags with this person, for sure. Oh, my King of Cups in reverse. Because if it's not you, they don't really want anybody else. They just end up with someone purely for, like, the display. Yeah, we have my King of Pentacles in reverse. Like I said, financial issues. Financial issues. This person's going through some serious financial issues. They see you as the Queen of Pentacles, though. So very financially stable, very well off. You might have short hair, and they might like you with short hair. I'm also seeing very long hair and a bit of an updo. It's mostly short hair. You might have short hair. Wow. Okay, so let me grab some clarifiers here. They feel like they committed to the wrong person. If they're in a relationship with someone else, they feel like they've committed to the wrong person. They feel like that person, no matter how hard they try, they can't be you. Just kind of fucked up, guys. Kind of fucked up. Don't bring that energy on my channel. But it's their fantasies. I need to let them have those. Yeah. This person likes your face. They like your face. It's so funny. We have my Three of Wands. Yeah, they are manifesting you. They are manifesting that you'll come towards them so that they don't have to. They fantasize about that. They fantasize about you coming towards them. About, like, your ship sailing towards them. Or, like, you guys... Something about the water. Something here about the water where it's like they hope you guys like end up on the same wave or something. Okay, that's what they're coming towards to say. All right, I got a handful here, so I'm gonna... No, that's not right. Hold on here. Hold on. Hold doggy. I flipped over a bunch of cards. Sorry. So they want to come towards you. Yeah, they have some serious secrets. We have the moon here. We have the 10 of Wands right behind that. And these secrets are weighing them down. They are considering their options here, but it looks like they're juggling a lot. So... I don't know. If they come forward, they're going to be honest. And I think that's, they know that they have to be. They made some kind of bad judgment call here about a commitment. Yeah, maybe they were being like, they were trying to like control themselves. I'm hearing temper themselves. They were trying to temper themselves somehow. But they might have ended up in a really like bad relationship. That doesn't have to be romantic. It could be like, you know, like a relationship that they have with a friend. Like, when I was in college, I had this great best friend all throughout law school. She was amazing. The issue with her is that she got like super, super addicted to cocaine our like second year. And I don't really do all that. So I don't really mess with like psychedelics or drugs or anything like that. And at this point in college, I was like, I can't even afford that, dude. I'm like, I was like, what, 5 years into school? Like I was broke, babe. I was broke because I did not pull student loans. And I remember like her watching, I remember coming to her place and watching her like snort a couple lines off of her kitchen counter. And I was like, oh, I need to go. Like I am somewhere I should not be. And I think that's what this person has started to realize. And that's why they're in recovery. They were doing something that they weren't supposed to, that I think is a bit unsavory, is a bit embarrassing. They want to tell you about it. They don't really know how. They feel like they don't deserve love from you. But they want it, but they don't deserve it. And if they don't get it, they will understand and they will respect your decision, but they will look for you in every single person they meet. And they will never find you. And it's actually like it's like a tragedy. All right, let's look at this death card. And this is actually the sun. We do have judgment on the back of this, so yeah, let's look at that. Just as I thought. Yeah, they made some kind of like horrible fucking decision here with the tower. And then we had the 5 of Wands. It caused them a lot of inner conflict because I think their intuition was telling them that they were making the wrong choice. The wrong choice. Ouch. My finger, my like ring keeps cutting me during this reading. I'm going to take this off. Ow. My goodness. I've been wearing that ring for like 2 years. That ring has never once cut me. It has cut me 4 times during this read alone. Ouch. We have the 5 of Wands here. What I think is really interesting in this is people are like beating a cat piñata. But that might have been what it felt like for you. Maybe you feel like you were battered on by this person. Not like physically. I mean like emotionally. Maybe you feel like they like led you on or kind of like battered you. This person fantasizes about it though. They fantasize about making the right decision. Maybe they listened, because there's 3 people here. Maybe they listened to some bad advice and they let it get in there. Yeah, they made the wrong judgment call. So they fantasize about like making the right choice, like turning back the tables and like making the right decision, picking the right partner. But they don't think that they have the opportunity to do that anymore. I'm hearing police sirens. Just one more. Let's clarify this 10 and King. With just one. Oh my God, this is taking forever. Thank you. Sorry, I get impatient all the time with Spirit. They hate me for it. I don't give a fuck if they hate me for it. Yeah, we have my Ace of Cups in reverse. So even if this person wants to come forward, number one, even in their fantasies, they don't get the girl, which is kind of being pathetic. I'm going to be honest with you. Not to be rude, but like, how are you a loser in your own fantasies? But it's kind of a reflection of where this person is mentally. Like, I don't think this person naturally has like low self-esteem, but I feel like whatever the situation is has kind of like rocked their self-esteem. And then we have the Nine of Swords. Yeah, they're very, very paranoid. They're very paranoid that you will reject them. And I think part of that paranoia is that they would respect your decision. They would leave you alone. If you don't want them, they will leave you alone. But they will never stop looking for you. They are super worried you aren't going to accept them. They are super scared to share this unsavory information, but they feel very, very called to. They feel like they have to. And this actually might be because you might have other people. You might have other suitors, or they might see that you have other people, and this person does not. Again, it's like the underdog becomes top dog. Like they want to like outrank all these people. It's crazy. It might be a military person. They might be in the military. Yeah, they fantasize really hard about like coming towards you and telling you the truth and you rejecting them and throwing them out and them having to pick someone else and think about you for the rest of their life. It's actually like so fucked up. No offense. Yeah, with my Knight of Swords, they are planning. They're planning to come towards you, but they want to do it quickly. This might be like they get out of rehab and call you type of vibe. Or like they get out of the hospital and call you. Or they get out of the hospital and go directly to your house, you know. Something like that. This person needs to breathe more. Because this entire reading, I have felt like I am so like short of breath. Maybe they chain smoke. Because this is what I feel like usually when I've been like chain smoking all night at the bar. It's like really hard to breathe. This person might feel like they're like underwater in their own head. And I'm hearing that like tea kettle whistle again. It's so funny. This person like needs to blow off some steam. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe they like do some unsavory things with someone else to blow off some steam, and they'd be really ashamed if you knew. This could be like a friends with benefits. You may 7 of Wands. There's some kind of external conflict in their life. But they're trying to get a hold on it. They just feel like part of getting their life under control. This kind of feels like the rules of AA, actually. Alcoholics Anonymous, where it's like step number 8 or 9. I don't know. I'm not an alcoholic. It's like step 8 or 9 where it's like you have to apologize to the people that you've wronged. This person kind of fantasizes about that. Like getting to that step just to reach out to you to apologize for maybe messing up in your relationship, or maybe ghosting you, or wearing some kind of mask, or hiding something here. Again, it doesn't feel like it's that bad. I actually think they intensify it a lot worse in their mind. I don't even think you'd react that badly to them. It's just that like the possibility of you reacting decently to this person's secrets, of you being like lovey-dovey with them, it feels impossible for them. They just simply, their mind doesn't go that route. It kind of goes directly to rejection. And so then they have to like fantasize about ways that they can, you know, like make up for that. Because we've got this guy like carrying flowers, but it's in reverse. So it's kind of like they know that nothing that they can buy you or do for you will make up for it. They just have to be honest with you. And again, we got someone watching them while they're sleeping. Like, I feel like this person wants to watch you sleep. I'm not even trying to be creepy. It's like, it feels like Edward Cullen in Twilight, actually. Where he's like, I gotta watch her sleep. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? This person, I think needs a therapist. Like, lovingly, I don't think they're a bad person by any means. I just think that they need some, like, decent inner coping mechanisms and maybe some self-esteem. Maybe a little bit of positivity, a little bit of hope. Let's go ahead and get some messages from this person. Okay, hold on. One of these flipped. I don't know where it is. Oh, here it is. Okay. Ooh, no, stop. Oh, okay. Yeah. Nope, those are for my last one. It turns out I just put them in wrong after pile number 2. Okay, so the first 2, we have you hurt me, but that's okay, I guess. Maybe you ghosted this person. Yeah. Maybe that's what they're fantasizing about you saying to them, where you're like, well, like, you know, you ghosting me really hurts, but now that I know, like, you know, you were in the hospital, or, you know, you were getting help, or you were in this bad situation, like, I guess it's okay. Like, I guess I forgive you. That's kind of what they're hoping for. But words do hurt. They're much more, they fantasize much more about you being cruel to them, to you being, like, full of rejection for them. They expect it. That's the most part of this. Like, they expect it. And it's so sad. You make me want to do bad things. We do. I feel like this person's kind of rough in bed. If I'm being honest, not in like a mean way. I don't think they're like trying to hurt you. I think they're just naturally kind of like, this feels like the type of, like, this is a masculine, like, he would manhandle you. Like, he'll like throw you on the bed. Or like up against a wall or something. But if this is a feminine, it's more like they would like tease you in public. Or like act out of some kind of like social norm. Actually, the feminine could be quite aggressive in bed as well. She might be like, not like a nympho, but like, maybe they fantasize about you, about, oh my God, maybe they fantasize about you like loving sex with them. They're saying, you are my everything. Yeah, this person really does want to be with you, but they are just, they expect you to reject them. Reach out, and then we have maybe ... in reverse. So they're not expecting you to reach out. I think that they hold hope. They hold hope that maybe you'll reach out. But all in all, I feel like they know that they have to reach out to you, and they plan on doing that. They're just kind of trying to get on, what is it? What am I hearing? Trying to get on their own 2 feet? Trying to get off the wagon? What is that? I'm hearing something, and I'm seeing walking. So it's like they're trying to like find stable ground, or stable, they're trying to find their footing. They're trying to find their footing. God, that took a lot. What the fuck? Don't speak in like tongues to me, spirit. What the heck? All right, give me a couple more, and then we'll move on. I am addicted to you. I brought up addiction a lot here. So lovingly, with all my heart and soul, this person might actually have some serious addictive tendencies, like addiction issues. But I do think they fantasize about you, like maybe like nursing them through that, or helping them like go cold turkey on something. This could even be like cigarettes, you know. It doesn't have to be like hardcore, like a lot of my stories, but this could be like cigarettes, you know. This person would rather be addicted to, I'm hearing, they would rather be addicted to sex with you than they would to whatever they're addicted to. They're addicted to like the idea of you. Yeah, because they've never imagined so much perfection. Look at that. I've never imagined so much perfection. Will you choose me? They don't think you will. They really do think that you will just straight up reject them. Yeah, see, I just wish things were different. I just wish things were different. Now is not the time. So I don't think they're going to reach out immediately, but I do see them reaching out soon. And then we have, I just dream and wish for every little thing. This person feels really sad in their energy, but not like, it doesn't feel like, I heard sad, sick, and retarded. What does that mean, Spirit? Maybe they feel like they're sad, sick, and retarded. They kind of fantasize about you thinking about them that way, though. This person really like fantasizes about you sleeping, like a lot, and it's like almost bothersome to a point for me. Where like this person lays down at night and they could like cuddle up to a pillow and like imagine that it's you. I'm getting the sense this person fantasizes about like whispering in your ear in bed. This doesn't feel sexual. This feels like sweet. This feels like, what is it? Pillow talk? Where it's like they're like whispering sweet nothings to you. This person's I just want you all the time. Yeah. I think they're thinking a lot about the situation between you two and what they can do and what they didn't do and what they should have done. It all kind of routes down to this person wants to be honest with you. They did some unsavory things. They're trying to work through that. They're trying to get better. But they feel kind of pathetic. They kind of feel like a loser. And it's weird because I don't feel like this person normally has like low self-esteem. At least not like on the surface. They don't come off as like insecure or anything. But I think you kind of tap into this for them. And that's not your fault. I think you just kind of like trigger this into them because you're everything that they want. You know, you're everything that this person wants. So they do feel a little like, oh, well, I'm not good enough for them. You know, they feel like you're already at their league. Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead. We're going to grab some music and then some charms. And I think that'll be it. I'm almost at like an hour with this reading, so I gotta hurry up. We have Landslide, Oh Wonder. This is about support and hope. Again, support. It's like they want someone to like nurse them back to health. This is so strange. It says, I'll be there for you. In the rain, give you sunshine. And then you'll find another life to live. So like if you reject this person, they will respect that. They'll leave you alone. They'll find another life to live. But like they want to be there for you. And they hope that you can be there for them because they're going through a really difficult time. Ooh, this could have been due to an evil woman. An evil woman from their past might have put them through a difficult time. Yeah, because I mentioned that earlier. Like maybe someone that they were like the perfect partner to, like left them and took everything, or, you know, like got them addicted to something. Maybe made them sick somehow. Maybe they like fed them something. I don't know why I'm picking up on that. Yeah, this person's intentionally, oh my God, they meet you at the graveyard at the back. Like I said, like this person literally, like, they want to spend the rest of their life, like, till death do us part with you. This person is very, like, they're very, this feels like a Shakespearean tragedy, if I'm being honest. They fantasize about you, like, about you being with them until the end, until their end. Yeah, maybe they want someone with them, like, if this is like an older partner or a partner who is sick, they might want you to be there with them when they pass. That's going to be for some, not all. That's going to be for like one or two people. Okay, I dropped a bunch of music cards, so we're just going to run through them. We have Hey There, Delilah by the Plain White Tees. This is about a long-distance relationship or long-distance love. It's What You Do to Me. 1,000 miles seems pretty far, but they've got planes and trains and cars. I'm going to be honest. The last time that I heard Hey There, Delilah, I think there's a lyric in it where it's like, after this song, things will never be the same. And I'm going to be honest. After that song was released, things were never the same. Mostly politically. Things just got so much worse. So I'm going to blame the Plain White Tees for that. I'm going to blame the Plain White Tees for the current political situation. Anyways, let's move on. We have Vienna by Billy Joel. It's a slow down is the emotion for it. So I do feel like this person, again, this feels like, whether it's like AA or something, that it feels like there's steps to this. Like baby steps. They're trying to like get their footing, and it's like baby steps to get where they need to go. So they're just kind of like, they're in this like back and forth energy where like they want to come towards you and tell you the truth, but like they're not in a place to do that and be able to handle your expected assumed rejection. It says, what's the hurry about? Slow down. You're doing fine. I feel like they need to remind themselves this in their head. You can't be everything you want to be before your time. If this is someone who's older, they might fantasize about like the things that they should have done with their time before like they got sick or before, you know, an accident happened or an injury happened. They might really think about how much they took for granted. They might fantasize about that. Not fantasize, but like they look back almost like in remorse. Or they fantasize about having that again. This person has like a pretty healthy center for gratitude. I just don't think they utilize it enough. I think that they take external opinions over their own. I feel like if this person was grateful a little bit more, like things would work out for them a lot easier. We have Enya, only time. Again, something about slowing down, something about it taking time. This is all about healing and patience. It says, who knows? Only time. Who can say why your heart sighs? Who can say where the road goes? So this person might, they might be at a distance to you because we did have that long distance love. It might be like there might be like a physical gap between you two. They're healing though. And I'm kind of getting the sense they're like, maybe there's like a time period where you guys will line up or you're like meant to meet each other, like a school reunion, or maybe like if you guys should have a kid together, like, you know, you guys will see each other on like the graduation day or the wedding day for your child, something like that. There's some amount of like reliance on divine timing here, and I think I mentioned this for this read earlier, where there's something here about like fate and divine timing that's just not, it's not logically grounded, but they are kind of relying on it because they can't. I think if you took it away, I think if you told them like if they found out divine timing doesn't exist tomorrow, they would impulsively act, and I think that would actually kind of mess up this healing period that they're going through. Yeah. Okay. Oof. My heart chakra is like, I feel tired. Maybe this person feels like you'll wear them out in bed. Spicy thoughts. Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and grab charms. Am I jumping ahead of myself? I don't care. I'm gonna grab charms. This is kind of loud, so if you're noise sensitive, turn the volume down. Oh no. No, absolutely not. That was so much. No, you don't need to tell me that much. Okay, all right. Okay. Wow, I've had some like really different piles today. That's kind of crazy. I got a ton of fortunes for this person. Ton of them. Oh my goodness. I almost want to put some back. Jeez. This person feels like you're really good luck, though. All right, let's, I'm organizing them, so give me a second, and then we'll get into it. Oh. Oh. Oh! I'll share in just a second. Just wait. Just be patient. God, didn't the last card I read literally say patience and healing? Okay, all right, here we go. So, in terms of descriptors, I have ex coming out. Ex, like an ex-partner. I also have husband and wife. This person they literally do see you as like their one and only. Like they feel like you were supposed to be their party, their person, but they might have brought in a third party or interacted with a third party. Third parties don't have to be romantic, although they very well could be. This person might have cheated and messed up. But there is some kind of, yeah, it could be like a career, it could be like an addiction, an illness, an injury, something that, you know, took up a lot more of their time. They're kind of in denial of this, though. They're in denial, maybe of this third party. They might have straight up, whatever this third party is, I feel like they've kicked them to the curb. And they've kind of done that in this recovery process, but they've also done this in order to move towards you. Yeah, I feel like they're kind of in denial. I feel like a big thing is they're in denial of your truth. They're in denial of what your truth is in this situation, how you will actually react to them rather than their like idealized version of it. We have religion being brought up, so religion might be important. Again, I think religion is a big part of like AA, isn't it? This person might be like an alcoholic. We have initials, so we have J to start. So Jason, Jack, Jackson, James, Jimmy, Julie, Julia, Juliet, Juliana, Joanne, Joanna, Jordan, Jamie, Janet, Jane, Jalen. Yeah, that's all I got. We have T. So, Timmy, Taylor, Tamara, Tammy, Tamara, Tiara, Tasha, Tiffany, Tanner, and that's all I got. Okay, and then we have M. So Michael, Monica, Mary, Martha, Marla, Mike, Michael, Mark, Marcus. I heard MASH. Someone here might like to watch MASH, the TV show. Millie, Molly. I heard Mesa. I don't know what Mesa is. Maya. Melinda. Melissa. Okay, I think that's enough. All right. And then the only charm that I pulled for this is this cute little sprout. I feel like this person is sprouting. They're planting some seeds. They planted some seeds and they're sprouting, you know? They planted some seeds for something good to happen. Yeah. Okay, now in terms of the mini tarot, we have the Ace of Swords upright, we have the King of Cups in reverse, and we have the Moon in reverse. So yeah, something here. Some situation in their personal life seems to have given, oh yeah, cold shoulder. Some kind of cold shoulder here. And it's in regards to some secrets that they would like to tell you about, that they would like to expose to you. We have Groovy Love coming out. Groovy Love. We have a ton of fortunes, mostly because I eat a lot of Panda Express, so don't judge me and listen up. We have, you have a knack of making friends wherever you go. Share your happiness with others. You bring out the best in others. Your luck changes today. Again, I feel like this person thinks you're like a good luck charm. Be the kind of friend you'd be proud to have. I feel like that is something that you do. I feel like you act like the type of person, you treat people how you would want to be treated. And so it might actually come to you as a shock that this person thinks you're going to reject them. Even if you have every right to, I don't think that you're going to be harsh. You know? You are always entertaining and delightful. A tantalizing new prospect will come your way. I feel like this person is going to come your way. I feel like that's what it is. And if you reject them, there is obviously like another soulmate in store for you. But I do think, again, this is going to be, for some, not all, take it if it resonates. You know, if you're in a clearly bad situation, obviously not. But I do think you should give this person a chance, at least hear them out. I think what's really important to this person is that they kind of need to be, they need to feel like they are, it's not forgiven, although I feel like they could use that. I feel like this person just wants to feel like that they got it off their chest. That's kind of it. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm seeing for you guys today. Thank you so much for joining me. If you enjoyed this reading, make sure to drop a like, comment, or subscribe. Let me know down in the comments how this resonated for you. If you'd like to book a private reading with me or any of my spiritual items, you can find those on my shop, linked in the description below. And I will see you guys in the next one. Bye! Hi, pile number 4. If you chose the rabbit, then you're at your reading. Thank you so much for joining me. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to grab an angel number, and then we'll grab some descriptor cards for your person to ensure that this is your pile. So the first thing, we have 954. So you can go into your browser, type in 954, angel number meaning, and that will be your message from Spirit. If you just heard that door click, that was beef coming in. He might eat a little bit. He's kind of hungry. I would also try 999. 999 might be significant here. I see Aries being significant, as well as the moon. Oh, that made my head hurt really bad right here. Why? It felt like I just got like poked with a needle. Maybe this person jokes about like having a lobotomy. I don't know. Let's get a descriptor card for my pile number 4. Oh, okay. Oh, I was not expecting that. Okay, this is the crow. This is an air sign, so it could be Libra, Gemini, or Aquarius. We also had Aries. The crow is about intuition, psychic abilities. It can also be about like worldly experiences here as well. Like understanding the world better through your experiences in it. This person feels flighty. This person feels flighty and avoidant. Ooh, hoo, hoo. And don't I know that energy so well. This person might smoke. It might be kind of a flirt. Very classic air sign energy. They're very intelligent, but I don't think they exactly put that to use in the moment. This is more of like a hindsight thing. They might actually be very intelligent because they analyze the situations that they've been through in hindsight and learn based on that. They do feel intelligent, but I don't know if this is like, this feels more like street smart than it does like academia. It's funny, I just heard a charger or like some kind of race car, like sports car, down I just heard it like rev up. So yeah, this person might have like a lot of street smarts. I don't know about academics, so I don't know why I'm shuffling this. Oh my goodness, no. That's not what I wanted. I wanted this deck. Let's get a couple more clarifiers. Oh, confusion. This person's confused. Their fantasies, they don't really know. And yeah, we have destiny in reverse, and then we have growth in reverse. It's because they feel stuck. They feel kind of stuck, maybe with people who gossip, or they're like surrounded by a community that keeps them down. I'm not gonna lie, this is giving like crazy hood vibes. This is given like they were raised in the hood, but they knew that wasn't their destiny. They knew they couldn't grow there. But they were able to like, I'm here, metabolize their experiences properly. They feel kind of confused though about, maybe they're like soul searching. This person feels like they're soul searching. There's something like really unsettling about their energy that's kind of just like, it doesn't feel like trauma. It feels like mistrust. Like they don't really trust easily. So they might fantasize about having someone who doesn't leave them confused, who doesn't leave them, it's not even that. I feel like they want clarity they fantasize about clarity on some kind of stagnation. Maybe they feel confused on how to get out of this situation. We'll get a couple more. Let me grab some themes. Let me grab some themes for this person. This person feels really confused. If you feel confused, like super confused by this person, this is probably your pile. This is the only pile where there's like a mad amount of confusion. This person feels mad as a hatter. Maybe like some Alice in Wonderland references here. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh. This person has some really strong boundaries. I feel like they've had to because they've had some kind of like rough upbringing, or they were raised around a community that's really rough. And I don't think that they're rough out of like, it feels like it's not out of privilege. It's almost like they're rough because they're in survival mode. There's some kind of like war happening here. That might be why they're confused. There might have been some kind of like loss because we have healing in reverse. And I feel like this changed them rapidly. Like they transformed. But they're still, I feel like they're in the midst of this transformation. They might not even see it as growth. Actually, they might actually think that they're very stagnant. I just heard, what is it? Bog bodies? That's a pretty niche song. It's like, it says, my man is like stagnant water. Da, 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 da. I was made to be a devotee. So maybe this person has like devoted themselves to something. I don't think it's a person. They've devoted themselves to some kind of like lifestyle or mindset in the past that I don't think is working out for them. And they're starting to change that because I'm seeing gears turning, gears clicking. I'm hearing gears clicking. So there's something here that's starting to click for this person, but it's not full yet. It's not like moving quickly. It's like a very slow grind. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe they're very focused on work, or they're fantasizing about some kind of they're fantasizing about an opportunity that will allow them to get out of this situation. This feels like such an escapist. This person is such an escapist. And a big part of it is they don't want to heal. There's a lot of generational trauma surrounding this person. Generational and communal, societal. Like, it's coming from external sources, but they need to be the one to heal this because it is kind of, it's left them confused. They feel kind of broken. They feel like they're missing a lot. There's something about this person's energy that makes me like want to like twitch a little bit. Like my eye specifically, like they might have been like hit real hard by someone or something. Like I'm thinking of David Bowie. David Bowie had heterochromia, which is where you have like two different eye colors. But a bigger thing with David Bowie is that one of his pupils was massive. It was like blown out permanently because he had been hit in the face by like a football or something as a teen. And it blew out his pupil permanently. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe this person's confused because the person that they thought was a mentor to them was not, and did not want them to grow and wanted to leave them confused. They might have really put all their eggs in one basket. I'm hearing a basketball coach. That's weird. That's weird. It might have been like a sports coach or some kind of mentor. Some kind of mentor really led this person astray, and now they're very mistrustful. They're very flighty. I just feel like this energy's kind of sick. I'm gonna be honest. It's like I don't even want to look at it. And that's kind of how this person is fantasizing. Like they're not fantasizing. I feel like they've been deeply disappointed by someone in their life. And so they've kind of like cut that portion off of them. It feels like, yeah, like basketball coach, like let's just take that as an example. Not that this has to be you. But let's say that, you have a basketball coach who really believes in you, who tells you, like you got the stuff to get out of this place. You got the stuff to like get a scholarship, a full ride. And, when the time comes, you apply for all these scholarships and you just didn't make the cut. Or honestly, it might even be that this person was like whispering. There might have been someone who was whispering the wrong things in their ear or confusing them intentionally. This mentor might not have wanted to watch them grow. This mentor might have given them bad advice or steered them away from their destiny. There's some kind of destiny swapping going on here too in the background of this. So there might be someone in their life who like could see the path, the journey that they were on and tried to like switch with them or take it from them. They might feel like that. I feel like this person's fantasizing about revenge, and that's not something I don't even know if I can channel that. I'm gonna be honest. I've never gotten revenge before, so I don't really know what to do here, but I'm gonna keep going and try. It does seem like this person is hopeless. They feel it's not sadness, it's not rage, it's like this like bitterness at the core of their soul where a lot of light used to be. A lot of light used to be. Let's get some clarifiers. I did 10 minutes. Oh my god, I didn't realize we were 10 minutes in. Reconciliation. Okay, so they are fantasizing about seeing you again. Oh, didn't mean to drop it. Maybe they fumbled it. Maybe they're fantasizing about a time that they could have seen you again but fumbled it. Maybe for this mentor or this person that they were following or listening to. Maybe this person had told them like, oh, you're going to see that person? Like, I don't know. You got this big promising thing coming up. You could do better. And they listened, and now they're kind of sad that they fumbled this, but they're hoping, they're fantasizing a little bit about this. And then we have answers. Okay, this is going to go one of two ways. Again, I did do a disclaimer in the beginning of this video, if you didn't see it, that not all of these reads were going to be about like, spicy thoughts or what this person thinks about you. Yeah, this person's whole focus, their whole fantasy is about life purpose. I'm so sorry to tell you, it likely does not have much to do with you. It does look like they want to see you again. But if I can be completely honest with you, more or less, they want to see this mentor again. They want to get some answers for what happened here, for why something didn't sprout the way that it was supposed to, didn't grow the way that it was supposed to. It's not anger, it's like a calm rage. And I don't know how I feel about this person's energy at all, because they're just so restrained for some reason. Lost, yeah. You might have ghosted this person, blocked them, or cut off. They might have done this to you. They might be thinking about that. Maybe they like walked out on you to pursue a different kind of opportunity. Or you blocked them because they couldn't do both. They couldn't make time for you and this external thing that's going on. Because honestly, it looks like it was really, really promising. Like, it looks like they had the world in their palm of their hands and somehow lost it. Like, they feel very, it's like, I feel like I'm in like a constant state of shock right now. And I get it, my last name's Shock, so like I'm always a shock, but like I feel like I'm in shock right now. I feel like I've been like, I don't know, this energy is like really weird to deal with. None of the other piles were like this, and that's totally okay. Maybe it's like a headband. This person might wear headbands. Like sweatbands. Or like sports clothes. I'm getting a lot about sports here. This is strange. We have synchronicities coming out in reverse. So this person's really confused, and I think they're taking the wrong messages out of things as well. This person feels tired. Yeah, we have realization at the back of the deck. I think that they're realizing something went wrong here. Something went the opposite way it was supposed to. They're realizing that they should have cared for you more, that you've kind of walked away from them. They're realizing that if they come back, like, they would have to do a lot of work. They do kind of see this as like a forbidden love. They kind of fantasize about how, I don't think it's really like a fantasy. I think it's more like they feel confused because we have lockdown and then we have divine feminine. And that's right above tragedy or forbidden love. Something here is not right. Something here is not right. Something went seriously wrong here. And that's kind of all that I can channel for this person, because they're really confused. It just feels like they had some kind of plan and everything went wrong. Everything went very south very quickly. I'm seeing this episode of Archer where it was like a rivaling spy agency like hires them to do security, and they were like, oh, of course we hired you to do this, like we knew you'd fuck it up. And that's kind of the energy that I'm picking up with this mentor. Is it's like this mentor may have like preyed on this person, and I don't mean that like physically, although it very well could be. Yeah, because I'm also seeing that SVU episode, and that did have to do with basketball. It wasn't SVU, it was Criminal Minds, I think. It might have been or maybe NCIS. I don't know. It was one of the cop shows. And it was like an older black man. And he returns to like his like childhood hood, right? And he talks about how like the person who got him straight, who got him on the right path, was his mentor, who mentored him in like basketball. And that mentor was like harming some of the more undesirable. I say that in quotes because no child is undesirable, but from like a gross mindset. I knew this reading was going to be gross going into it. The mentor had been like physically abusing children like in an 18+ way for years without getting caught. And when he was caught, the people who knew swept it under the table, because he was like such a pillar of the community, and the cop who came to investigate it is like, absolutely not. Like, I trusted you. Like, how dare you? And then he starts getting, I think like he starts getting his own memories back about how he was hurt. And so he helps one of like the kids like walk through it. This like makes me sick to my stomach, actually. So if you're wondering why someone has like disappeared, it's because they are going through like, this feels like a personally branded hell. And it feels like it's being caused by someone else. And I don't like this energy at all. Usually I'd quit at this point because I really don't like interacting with gross energies, but I think this person actually does need, they need to know. I hear a train going off. I'm going to use my ghost tarot for this. We're going to get an idea of what's going on here. So tell me a little bit more about what this person fantasizes about. Yeah, it feels like they want to get like revenge on like a mentor who hurt them. Yeah, we have fate in reverse. Didn't I say that? Destiny swapping? With destiny in reverse? Someone here fucked up this person's future. Or like fucked something up for them. Real bad. This could even be like, you know, like a parent hiding like a college acceptance letter or something. You know, like, or, you know, it just feels there's something like, there's something systematically wrong here. Systemically wrong here. Okay, let's get a few more. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. No, I did those already. Okay, cool. I just didn't have them out in front of me, so. We have my 7 of Blades. We have my Page of Cups. Yeah, betrayal. Betrayal when it comes to their feelings. This feels more like they were violated some way. And that doesn't have to be like in a criminal way. This could be, you know, emotionally they were betrayed. Although again, I kind of sense that for someone or some people here, this is in regards to like a real bad situation. Yeah, but my King of Coins. So this person fantasizes about like getting out of this situation, about having like a stable foundation, about getting, what is it? This is a 50 Cent song that I'm hearing. It's something. I'd get away if I could and never come back to this hood. I think that's by 50 Cent. MVP. Oh my god. It's the song where 50 Cent is like, I'm the MVP. Anyways, I'll keep going. We have Death. So something is transforming for this person. Like there's a massive transformation that I don't think this person really sees coming. I feel like they're gonna get a message about it. You might get a message about it, about the devil. They might tell you, they might open up to you about the devil. About someone in their life who's acting like a devil. Who like took advantage of them, who took advantage of their innocent, trusting nature, who betrayed them. Who kind of tried to steal some kind of success for them that they were set up for, that they were destined to have. And there's some kind of wicked transformation going on here. I actually feel like this person is so full of like love and hope. And whatever happened here has really, really darkened their spirit. But I see them getting through it. We have the Star and Justice. So whoever hurt this person, they're fantasizing about justice. They're fantasizing about getting justice. And I said that in the beginning. I was like, this feels like a revenge read. We have my 6 of Sticks, which is my 6 of Wands. That's all about victory and in reverse. This person fantasizes about this this mentor failing in some way or being exposed. What is this? That's backwards. What is that? Ace of Cups. Oh. Yeah, they feel like maybe they lost a lot of opportunities. Maybe they fantasize about, I heard go back to that day. What does that mean? Maybe going back to some time that they spent with you and doing it differently, or going back to that day and like, it's like making, I feel crazy right now. I'm sorry. My reads usually aren't like this if you're new here. Check out any other pile. They're usually not like this. This person just feels very, it feels like they're an empty shell, dude. Like an empty shell just full of, it's not even like anger. It's not even like rage. It's just like such a deep like betrayal. Like it's just such a sense of violation. It's like an empty shell just filled with revenge. It's like all the light in them was like snuffed out. Oh my God. I like, yeah, they're like heartbroken, or they're healing from some kind of heartbreak, some kind of disappointment here. I don't know why, but I feel terrible for this person. I feel just so much like sympathy for them. Because something here did not go to plan, or they weren't expecting it, or they were blindsided by someone. Some kind of betrayal here. When it comes to their love, to their passion. Can we clarify 7 of Blades, Page of Cups? Oh, okay. Yeah, I feel like this person's fantasies are much more about success and escape than they are and revenge. It's like they want to, this is going to sound crazy. It's like, it's weird. It actually kind of doesn't make sense. Maybe that's why they're confused, because the way that they're feeling doesn't really make sense. Because on one end, like they still really, there is still kind of that bright light where they still kind of want to work for what they were working for originally. There's still hope that they can absolutely get it for themselves. Because again, this is like something that they were destined to have for themselves. They were destined to have this. But I don't think they're focusing on that. This almost feels like when they fantasize about like seeing this mentor again and getting their revenge on them. And then like running. Or like fleeing. I'm hearing fleeing. Like maybe like flee the country. They might like try to leave the country. Yeah, we have justice coming out a second time. Like it's like vengeance, dude. I don't know. And again, I've never gotten revenge. I'm Catholic, so I give all my vengeance to God. Because that's what it says to do in the Bible, that vengeance is not ours to take, it's for the Lord to take. And in all honesty, in my experience, God's better at doing revenge anyways. I don't even know where I'd start. In fact, the last person who betrayed me, I bought him pizza. Like, so there's just like, I'm not connecting with this energy well because I don't really understand revenge or vengeance. That's not really my place. But this person just feels so empty. So empty. And I think they want to fill it with this vengeance because they feel like maybe that would like fix them. But like it's not going to fix them. I like want to sob right now, but not out of like sadness. It's almost out of like frustration. Because what I see is someone like doubled over, like pulling their hair down out of like absolute frustration. This is so, again, this is not my, yeah, I'm hearing someone like, and it sounds like they're like scream sobbing. Or they're like, because they can't. This feels incredibly, incredibly volatile. Like when this person tries to fantasize, it's almost like they get so violent. But that violence isn't really theirs. It's almost like a reaction. I think this person needs someone to talk to. They need someone that they can like tell about this, because whoever's around them isn't listening to them or isn't like seeing their pain correctly. We have my Knight of Wands. This person wants to run. They want to run away. We have my Hierophant in reverse, but they don't know where to go. They don't know where to go. And again, there's like an older, and this energy feels very masculine. Whatever this mentor is, it feels like an older masculine energy, and I don't like it. He feels creepy. I heard Pervy Sage, which is from Naruto. But it doesn't feel like Pervy Sage was never creepy with like young girls, you know? Pervy Sage was like creepy with adult women. He was like a peeping Tom. There's something really gross here. There's some like slimy underbelly happening in this community that no one is willing to look at. They're not willing to defend this person, is what I'm getting. There's something about the ego being really, really strong here. This person's trying to be strong, but they're like, I feel like their heart is like desperate. It's like gnashing teeth. It's like trying to claw its way out of their chest. There's like something really dark here. I don't know. I'm not really a fan of it though. I'm gonna have to cleanse after this. All right, what else? Can we clarify this justice and the star? What does that mean? So much major arcana, by the way. We have justice, we have the Hierophant, we have strength, we have death, we have justice. The second time, we have the star. Like, there's so much major arcana here. Can I be honest? Can I be really honest in a really fucked up way? Just because I keep it 100, I keep it real. This person, they were not the one to victimize. They were the wrong motherfucker to mess with, is what I'm getting. Which actually really makes me smile, you know? They really were the wrong motherfucker to mess with, because I feel like if no one else will defend them, they will defend themselves. So they feel quiet right now, because I feel like they're almost in this like strategizing, planning, because they're trying to figure out how they feel and what to do without it resulting to violence. But I feel like their mind, yeah, they're like heartbroken. They are like torn apart on the inside. So it's really, really hard for them to think of any other resolve other than violence. But I do see them getting there. It just kind of feels impossible right now. I'm like seeing someone like raging, like it's like their energy is just so volatile. I don't think I've ever had a reading this, because it's not intense. It's like a calm storm. Yeah, we have the world upright. This feels like vigilante justice. I'm gonna be 100% with you. This feels like vigilante justice. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Yeah, and when I started this reading, I felt like a pin on my head. So maybe there might have been something to do with like this person being drugged or perhaps like roofied. But I see their heartbreak. They're gonna make things right, even if they have to make it right the wrong way. I'm getting, I don't know. Something here doesn't feel right. Let me just, what's going on? Please, Spirit, can you give me some clarity? Thank you. Passion. And then we have a rose there. You know, it's so funny. We actually do have roses in that King of Pentacles, in that Destiny card that I was pulling. Where I was like, they were meant to have this. But, what else? Desert Island. Yeah, like I said, like this person, it's almost like they want to like do vigilante justice and then like flee the country. Yeah, departure, and then we have wisdom. And look at that, that's prey. Oh my god. Oh my god, yeah, like the owl hunts the rabbit. This is prey and predator, and that's exactly what I'm feeling here. It's like there's some person who is like recognized in their community as like a mentor or wise, is extremely dirty. And I don't think they're going to be exposed. I think they're going to be harmed, actually. I think there's something that's going to put like an abrupt stop to this, because I hear like they've been preying. I don't want to say that. That's gross, Spirit. They've been preying on people for too long. I don't want to go into what I heard. That was really gross. Again, I feel like somebody needs this message to try to make sense of what's going on with someone else. But if I can be honest, it seems like they were violated by someone they trusted in like a really, really bad way. Maybe by family, maybe by a family member. Or family didn't listen, didn't help, told them to be quiet, something like that. My cat's using the scratcher out there. I was like, what is that? Okay, yeah, this person really just, they fantasize about like getting revenge. And I kind of picked up on that immediately. And I didn't, but I don't think it's for the wrong reasons, or at least to them, they can justify it. I don't know. I'm going to get some messages from this person. And actually, we're going to take this in a slightly different direction towards the end than I did the other reads. Because if you're still here, this probably makes sense to you. So I'm going to pull from the shadows as well. But, okay, that came out really quickly. Okay. I imagine you naked. You know, hypersexuality is often like it's like a trauma response for a lot of people who were, you know, assaulted. They said, I feel the same way. Think before you act. I can't even look at you right now. That sounds like someone in their life is saying that to them. Someone in their life is like, they're like, why won't you defend me? And the person's like, I can't even look at you. Saying I would do anything for you. No, I don't think that. I think that this person would do anything for their own motives, for their own reasons. When they fantasize, it's like, it feels really gross. I'm going to be honest. It just feels, it's not healthy. It's like I just did 3 other readings about fantasies that were completely all different. And this one's just, I think we should slow down. I want you. This person, I'm going to be honest, they might, yeah, because they might try to tell you about this devil. Yeah, we have my 8 of Blades. When this is in reverse, it's about like a throat chakra blockage or not being able to speak your truth. It's about being like bound and gagged. And it has to do with the Lovers in reverse and the King of Sticks in reverse, which is the King of Wands in reverse is such a violent energy. That's like war. That's like Mars energy. And then we have Enlightenment. We have Judgment at the bottom. And then we have the High Priestess in reverse. They didn't see this coming because they trusted the people around them. They trusted the community around them. And they were hurt by this person that the community trusts. And I think either they want to like expose this. I don't think they want to expose this. I think they want to like take vengeance against this. They want to tell you about this. So they might come forward and open up to you about some way that they were betrayed by a major member of the community who they really trusted or cared about. Who they might have ghosted you for. They do want you, but I'm getting the sense that like, they want to run away with you. They kind of fantasize about getting revenge, and then maybe you're there with them doing it. And you guys like run away together? I don't. But at the same time, like this person, I don't see them acting. There's a lot of like, it feels like they're stuck in fawn. Like they're, because typically there's like fight or flight, but a lot of people freeze, they fawn. So fight, obviously, that's like hands up, that's that vengeance energy that I'm picking up. Then there's flight, right? That's that like flighty energy that I was picking up on. This person's living in like survival mode, real bad. And then there's freeze, quite obvious, deer in headlights, freeze. And then fawn is where you like butter up to your abuser. And I've had that happen to me before. I got assaulted. And immediately after, I like fawned because I thought he was going to kill me. Mostly because he was holding a gun, but whatever. And it's kind of this energy, if I'm being honest with you. It's kind of that fawn energy that I felt. And I remember feeling afterwards, I felt so much like shame for how I had fawned. Because at the time, I didn't realize like that's a very normal reaction, mostly for women. But it's a very normal human reaction to like cozy up to your abuser because the brain is like, well, they probably won't abuse me anymore if I'm like nice to them. There's something really gross about this energy. It feels, my like, mouth is watering, like kind of gluttonous. Maybe someone here is fat. I'm just going to say it. All right? I'm just going to say it. Someone here might be overweight physically. They say, I sometimes wonder if you care. They are not open to compromise. And then they're adding a second time, do you even care? In reverse. They don't care if you care, but they wish that you would. They wish they had someone to defend them. They wish they had someone to defend them. That's what it comes down to. Yeah, because they feel like their light has just been sucked from them. They feel like a shell, dude. I can't even... All right. Excuse me. What's going on in the shadows here, please, Spirit? Can you clarify some of this? They're waiting for an apology. Again, I don't think from you. I took the easy way out. You have in reverse, I lied to you. Yeah, they want to tell you something. They want to be honest with you about this. I'm hearing evil person. About this evil person. I'm going to be real with you. This person might be like suicidal. Because it says I took the easy way out. I would keep an eye on this person if you care about them, genuinely. I fear that you will reject me. And I feel like this is because they tried to tell someone that they trusted. And that person was just like, well, you need to like shut up about that. You can't tell anyone this. Because then you'll ruin, you know, that coach's reputation. You'll ruin his career. And how could you do that? He has kids, you know. Like there's some amount of like guilt and shame being projected onto this person from an external source that is like, it's like a shutdown. It's like they're shutting down because of it. This is terrifying. I'm so sorry that this person is going through this. I like feel terrible for them. Yeah, they said I was careless with you, but this is coming out in reverse. So let me be very clear when I say this. Whatever this person is planning, they are thinking about it in depth. They are planning this, and they will act on it. They need help. This person needs help. And I think that the help that they think they want is not the help they need. This person needs like a genuine therapist. And how my like whole jaw just hurt when I said that. This person needs like a therapist. And I don't think they're gonna get that. I don't think that they're willing to do that. Because in a lot of cultures, there's like a stigma around getting mental health help. Something here feels like they're being very planned and calculated because they're very stuck in their own head and they feel kind of trapped. They're saying, I wondered how far this would go. I don't think it's that. I think they're wondering how... I think that that's a big part of their fantasy too, is that if they don't act in this volatile way, if they don't act and expose this, or, you know, provide justice here, that it's going to happen to somebody else. And they're very worried about this. They like can't look at themselves in the mirror. They are like really struggling with their self-image. I think they're struggling with their something as a whole. Well, I was really excited before this reading, and now I'm a little... I just feel like panicky. I feel like super scared. I feel like super... like I'm in the dark and alone. And it doesn't feel good. It actually feels like when I was a kid and I'd get grounded. And your mom is like, just wait till your dad gets home. And then when you hear your dad get home, you like hide in your room. Not me, because my dad's great, but it is that kind of vibe. This person feels like they have, and it's funny because I actually don't think this person is like a child. They could be, but I kind of think this person's like somewhat of an adult, and they were recently triggered. This could have been something far in the past, actually. Like I said, like they've metabolized a lot of world experiences outside of this. This person just feels so, they feel like it's up to them. And they feel like they're the only one who can do it because they feel like they're the only one that can see it. So this person needs someone to ground them, someone to help them. They need someone to like bring them back to like reality, bring them back to their own humanity, because this person is trying to act as like a god. They're acting like judge, jury, and executioner here, but they can't do that. That's not right. That's not right. Okay, I am gonna go ahead and end this reading. Not right here. I'm gonna get some music for you guys. I'm just super, super uncomfortable. I'm gonna be honest. This person is not a bad person by any means. They actually have a really, really beautiful, sweet energy. It just feels like they have been dragged through mud. I'm seeing someone like attached to the back of like a pickup truck and then like dragged through like a dirt road covered in mud. No, that's not it. Sorry. Grab that too quickly. Oh, here we go. Yep. Oh, both of them. Okay. Yeah. So the two songs that I have here is a bunch of cards just fell. I don't care. We have Moral Conscience by Kali Uchis. I don't know. It's all about karma. And it says, you're going to feel it when you're all alone. You'll know you were wrong. Karma won't forget. This person's not willing to trust karma, though. They want to, like, do this all by themselves. And it's funny because it says, you'll know you were wrong. And then on the back of the deck, I have, You Were Right by Nan Gordon. So I feel like this person told someone. And that someone, like, dismissed it entirely. And so now this person feels like they have to do it. They have to take care of themselves. It's kind of driving them a little crazy. We have Labor, Overworked, Underappreciated, Labor by Paris Paloma. And it says, this was an escape plan. I've been saying this the whole fucking reading. I'm sorry. It says, this was an escape plan. If our love died, would that be the worst thing? And then it ends with, you make me do too much labor. So I feel like this person came to someone they trusted with this truth of this betrayal, this violation, and this person dismissed it, and they're like, you make me go through so much. Like, I have worked so hard, and I am so unappreciated. Like, this person just feels so alone. And I think because of that loneliness, they, like, want to be violent. It's almost, like, corrupted them in a way. I don't think it's to a point where, like, you know, they can't, like, fix things or, like, get better. And I don't think they're actually acting on these things, even if there's a plan to act on these things. But I do feel like to some extent, this person just feels like they're broken. They just feel like they're broken because of this situation. Like, I'm going to be honest, it feels like someone hurt them as a kid, and so, like, they struggle with intimacy issues as a result. Or, you know, like, maybe, again, I brought up the college thing earlier, where it's like maybe like a parent hid like a college acceptance letter and you don't find out for 10 years. And you're like, what the like, I could have gone to Harvard, but I went to community school to take care of you. And you made me think like I was dumb when really like I had all of these options, but you didn't want to do that. Like there seems to be some kind of like serious betrayal that's found out too late. That's brought up, that's dismissed, that it's been bubbling. There's so much like resentment. There's like I'm gonna be honest, it feels like this is born out of genuine evil. Like some kind of genuinely evil act kind of twisted this person. But it's not like it's impossible for them to untwist themselves. I think they just need support. Okay, we have Manifest Your Wishes. Yeah, this person is fantasizing about that. This person is fantasizing about like getting the revenge that they long for. This reading did not go in the direction I thought it was going to go. And I'm honestly a little about it, but like, I don't know what am I supposed to do? I'm just the messenger, you know? What was I going to do next? Oh. Sorry, I'm trying to pick a deck. I just don't know which one I want to use. Okay, we'll do this one. No, it's fine. I mean, like, it's fine. I love it. I love dropping all of the cards. Oh, we have help. Sorry about that. The camera cut out. And I dropped a bunch of cards. So we have help on the back of that. This person needs help. They need support. They're looking for freedom. Yeah, they want freedom from this burden of tears, from all this pain that they feel. They're saying it's not me, but there's some kind of duality going on here. They might have seen, again, I'm feeling like they watched someone like take the mask off fully, and they saw a fucking monster, and they are terrified, and now all they can think about is killing that monster. Like, this person's energy is like intensely reactive. That's kind of what I'm seeing. I'm gonna get some charms for this reading. And then, yeah, I guess that we'll move on. Yeah, that'll be it. Okay. It says Obama. It says I miss you. Someone is I think my dad's talking in his sleep. Okay, let me pull all of these. Okay, wow, there's a lot here. It's so funny that my dad was talking in his sleep, and I did pull out Dad. Yeah, like maybe this person like told their dad, and their dad dismissed it. Maybe their dad's a coward. Like, I love my dad, but my dad's a coward. Are you kidding me? Not in a mean way either. I'm not, like, hating on him. My dad does not like conflict. And he's not good at conflict management because he's not good at managing his, like, own emotions. So if you, like, bring conflict to him, his, like, whole goal... What I had to learn, because I have, like, a really... My brother is, like, super violent and reactive. Very similar to this energy, actually. My brother is, like, very violent and reactive. And so... What I had to learn over time is that the way that my dad will fix conflict is to shut up whoever started screaming first. So if my brother starts yelling at me, my dad's attention is immediately going to go like, Jordan, go to your room or leave the house and like figure it out, right? Like, you need to, it's on you. But if I start screaming, suddenly my dad's like, oh, Michael, you gotta go, you gotta get out, you gotta go to your room, you gotta leave her alone. So I realized that, like, whoever the person is screaming, that's who he does not want to have contact with. So he will go to someone else, and he will go to the other party, the person who's, like, actively being victimized, and try to, I don't know, it's always aggravated me, and I've even yelled at my dad about this, where I'm like, he points a gun at me, and you expect me to, like, lay down and die. And my dad is, like, he's just super, super dismissive. It got to a point last year where I was living with my brother, and we had gotten into an argument that was so bad. We'd already been fighting for months at this point. I hadn't said anything to him in months, and it was something really, really small that, like, just blew my lid off. It was something like, I think I meal prepped like 3 pounds of food in one night, and it was supposed to be my meal prep for like the next week, and he ate all of it in like 3 hours, and I fucking lost it. I absolutely lost it, and I was like, you know what? I'm done, because I'm always the one taking the high road. I'm always the one being screamed at. I'm always the one who's being like taken advantage of, who's being stolen from. I am done. I was like, I am gonna act exactly like my fucking brother. Let's see how he likes it. He moved out in 2 weeks. He couldn't handle his own behavior being reflected back at him. And, like, again, I'm not really a conflict type of person. I'm not really a vengeance type of person. But I wasted no time acting exactly like he did, and it worked perfectly for me, so. For the charms here, I do see growth coming in. Whether or not this person, like, they gotta get past this. I know that they're stuck on it, but they gotta get past this because there's a lot of beauty coming forward. Spirit's asking them to take it easy. This person feels like they are on their last... It's like they're... What is it? They're at their wit's end. Good vibes only. Literally, I feel like you should go into this person's life and give them a little positivity or support them. Let them talk. I'm getting you need to let this person talk. They need a vacation. Make time for a relaxing vacation. Or I would honestly expect this person to get their revenge and flee. They might have already done this, yeah. In terms of descriptors, I have black hair, I have blonde hair. We have so many descriptors. Oh my God. I have black hair here twice. Black hair twice. I have black hair, blonde hair, straight hair. Something about hair is really important here. Someone's dad might be important here. I have someone who is taken, who is in a relationship. Someone's taken here. I have flirt. Someone who's in a relationship might be flirting. Or we have spider coming out. This is usually my money spider card, but it can also talk about entanglements. So take it as it resonates. Like, honestly, I do think that there's a lot of success and money. There's that king of coins, that king of pentacles for this person. But they need to, like, I'm not saying they need to let it go, but they need to find a better way to deal with this, because whatever they're planning, whatever they have in store is not good, from what I can see at least. I have twin flame coming out. Some of you may resonate with that. We have the word space coming out. This person may need a lot of space or told you that they need space. I have nails and hands being important. So they might, yeah, when they fantasize about you, they might think about like your hair, your nails, your hands. Maybe they like the like black and blonde hair on you. Maybe they like straight hair on you. They want to go on vacation with you. Like, they want to escape, but they would like to have someone to escape with, if that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, this could even be like a masculine who, you know, like tried to leave a relationship or was in a relationship and their partner said that they were like pregnant and that ended up being like a lie or something like that. Like, there is something real gross here. There's an energy in this that just feels belligerent and slimy. And I'm feeling it so much that I'm actually to a point of agreement with this crow, with this pile 4, where it's like, I've never gotten revenge, okay? I don't think this person's wrong for wanting to get revenge or even for seeking it out. I think that what they've been through here, again, I do feel like there's some amount of like justifying, like self-justifying here. But I also don't think they're wrong, but I don't think that being right is, I don't think that's enough justification to act on what they're planning to do, because whatever they're planning to do as like vengeance in response to this it feels like dysfunction. This whole thing feels like dysfunction, actually. This feels, and I have this theory on function, right? So function is like an action. It's what you do. This is your habits, routines, etc. And how do I explain this normally? Right, so you have an action, and it can go one of two directions. You can either lean into dysfunction, right? So there's no stability in it. This is like, I'm going to go out to the bar and I'm going to drink as much as I want, you know, because I have plenty of cash to spend. And that action is going to inevitably spiral downwards into a pattern of alcoholism and maybe drunk driving, maybe AA, maybe jail time, losing friends, losing family, because dysfunction can only breed dysfunction. And that's kind of what I'm seeing here, is like a dysfunctional authoritative figure in a dysfunctional community abusing someone or even children, because it does kind of feel like a childlike energy. Abusing, you know, someone younger than them, using their power to do so, keeping it under wraps, and then this younger person, like, tells another member of the community, but they're dysfunctional, so they just sweep it under the rug. Like, and then this person whose issue has been swept under the rug, they are so, like, resentful that they become dysfunctional. Maybe they drink, maybe they get into drugs, maybe they get into, like, you know, some kind of violent situation, or they take violence, you know, they take that as an action that they can do themselves. There's this person, and I know that they know this. They know that their situation is extremely dysfunctional. And in one way, it's like this person needs to cut dysfunction out of their life like it is a cancer that is killing them. But in that exact same breath, they just need to leave. They need to get out of this place. Whatever whatever community that they're part of, they need to like run. They need to run, but they might not have the resources to do that. They're worried they'll lose everything if they do. But I think if they don't, I don't think there was ever anything to lose here. Yeah. Oh, the second half of that function theory is that if you have a function and you're able to stabilize it, then you have like a healthy foundation to build on. Because it's stable, it can go upwards. But that stability, that function can only be stabilized as long as, it can only stay stable as long as you don't try to build on it too much. Because otherwise you end up with like a tower, and then that tower falls and crashes. Now, I do think stable function, like stabilized function, that is not structured will always devolve back to dysfunction because it's not structured, right? So I guess a good example of this is like I make a chore list and I've got 2 roommates and I say, I'll do the dishes on Monday, you do the dishes on Wednesday, and he'll do the dishes on Friday. Okay, so we have something stable, but did the other 2 agree to this? No. So it's going to devolve into dysfunction because they didn't agree to this, they didn't make this, why should they have to listen to you, resentment will build. So it was not a structured, stabilized function. When we add structure into it, aka I bring the 2 roommates in the room with me and I'm like, okay, we need to figure out dishes, you know, like they're piling up every day, we got to take shifts. So pick a day and that's your day, and that's the only day that I'll ask you to do it, you know. I'll even take an extra day just so that way, you know, we have some kind of structure here. And again, as long as everyone maintains the structured, stable function, it will go smoothly. In fact, you could probably build off of it and be like, oh, well, who's going to take care of the bathrooms? Let's build a chore list for that, you know. But in a situation where like people are dysfunctional at their core, no. Someone who has never cleaned in their life before is not going to clean just because they're your roommate. I learned that the hard way, okay? I used to date a guy where after we broke up, he refused to move out, and I would go into his room and clean his room because it was so disgusting. And it was like a major issue in our relationship where I was just like, dude, you like never pick up after yourself. And it's terrible for me. And I'm on the exact opposite. I'm like a clean freak. So again, routing back to like function, like that relationship it was dysfunctional at its core. We were incompatible at our core. And that incompatibility led to a lot of dysfunction in the relationship, and mostly with like the hygiene of our household. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm seeing for this reading. I know I just kind of rambled on for a while at the end there. I really do appreciate you guys. I'm very, very sorry for whoever is going through this. If you enjoyed this reading, please let me know down in the comments. I should have known pile number 4 was going to throw me for a loop, but thank you again for joining me. If you'd like a private reading, check that out in my description box, in my Etsy down below. I also have my private items, like my potpourri or my altar boards available, and I'll have some newbies added on later this month, so keep an eye out. Okay, thank you guys. Love you. Bye!